Hello. Hello.
Hello, Star.
সুখমায়া বাইদেউ আপুনি জইন কৰিব পাৰিব নেকি? প্ৰায় 10:30 বাজিলে, আহক। অ'কে। Is Sukhmaya there? Sukhmaya?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Can you
here.
hear
I'm
me?
here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. On my screen, I can get a lot of presentation. Professor Orup Chaudhary, Orubda ahise niki? I can see him. I mean, I can see his name. Guest of honor. Ticket ahise.
Let me give him a call, just a reminder.
Yes, yes, yes. I've just asked the chair to join. Have all the panelists come?
Yeah,
There are a few left.
Okay, so that is why I said maybe we should give them another 5-7 minutes
Yeah, yeah,
maximum.
yeah, yeah. We can give them 5 minutes. Yeah,
I
we'll wait
believe,
for another
yeah,
5 minutes.
yeah. How many people have joined the session? Only 26 so far?
Yes, so far
Or,
it's 26.
yeah, I think we need
Yeah,
many more attendees. So,
right.
they'll start joining quickly. কাৰোবাক তোমালোকে হেৰি মনিটৰ কৰি থাকিবলৈ দিবা।
Yes, আছে মানুহ আছে।
I think there is a link also on Facebook, is that? বাইদেউ আপুনি আহিছে? So আপোনাক তেতিয়াহ'লে আমি 1 minute হা, I am just going to look at my gallery. আপুনি একো কৰিব নালাগে, ৰ'বচোন. You have just entered, right? So I will just look at the gallery view and I'll know where you are. 1 second. Full screen, yeah. Um, 1 second. আহিছে, তেখেত আহিছে। আমাৰ চেয়াৰো আহিছে দেই। I'm just speaking to her, 1 second. Uh, uh, are you, who's this? This is Sukmaya?
No, I'm not there.
No, Tilotoma Baido Janu. No, there's somebody else on the line. Sukmaya? Oh, no, that's on the background. Oh, Sukmaya?
Ma'am, Cock. I'm not over the phone though.
Oh, there's someone else on the phone I can hear in the background. I thought it was you. Acha, ma'am koise, Tilotoma Baido koise that she can't see herself. Has she not put on her video? Baido, apuni screen khonor apunar tolot sauksun, you will find a microphone. Then you will find কোনবা খুব ব্যাকগ্ৰাউণ্ডত অলপ মিউট কৰি থবা নেকি সুকমায়া, অলপ মিউট কৰি থবা, বাকিবিলাকক মিউট কৰি দিয়াচোন। আৰু
Sure.
এটা আছে ভিডিঅ' চাইন এটা, তাত আপুনি যদি কাৰ্চৰটো যায় ইউল চি কেমেৰা বুলি দেখিব, সেইটো ক্লিক কৰি দিয়কচোন। তলটোত চাওক, মই কৈছো। ৰ'ব বাইদেউ মোৰ সুকমায়া
Yes, yes, Spider.
Hi. Hi.
Sukhmaya, can you help Tilotoma Baido? Look, I'm on the phone with her. So the
Okay,
problem is
okay.
that she has actually joined, but she is
Okay.
not visible. So go back video button to offer us. So I'm asking her, I don't know, I'm asking her to
Hi.
leave the meeting, to go out, and then to join
Hi.
again. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah, sure. Paribo.
হয়নে?
Ha,
বাইদেউ
paribo.
বাইদেউ আপুনি এক্সিট কৰি পেলাই আকৌ সোমাওক এই গুগলটোতে ক্লিক কৰিব I can direct you আপুনি আপুনি ওপৰত আপুনি য'ত দেখিব মিটৰ এটা সৰু ট্যাব এটা আছে মিট তাত এটা ক্ৰছ বাটন এটা আছে আপুনি হেতু আপুনি তাত যদি ক্লিক কৰে then you will be out of the meeting আপোনাৰ ওপৰত চাওক একদম ওপৰত য'ত ট্যাবটো আছে মেনুটো আছে য'ত আপোনাৰ ট্যাববোৰ ওলাই থাকে আপোনাৰ গুগল মিটৰ ট্যাবটো ওলাই থাকিব with a little code AZTZXNAWGR দেখিছেনে I'm sorry I don't want to confuse you ওপৰলৈ চাওক স্ক্ৰীনখনৰ Baido, do one thing, no? Baido, give me a screen on your. Do you know that how to just take a picture of your screen and send it to me on WhatsApp? Then I'll tell you. আপোনাৰ আমি যিখন স্ক্ৰীন হৈ আছে নহয় আপোনাৰ স্ক্ৰীনখন উলিয়াই দিয়কচোন আপুনি স্ক্ৰীনখনলৈ এখন ফটো তুলি পেলাই আপোনাৰ WhatsAppত মোলৈ পঠিয়াই দিয়ক
Hello.
Oh.
Meme কোনটো নামত সোমাইছে বাৰু ইয়াতে
কি কৈছা
তিলোত্তমা মেমে কোনটো নামত সোমাইছে ইয়াতে মই হেল্প কৰিব পাৰো নেকি চাই দিছো ইয়াতে ইয়াৰ পৰা
Baido is not on the phone now I think হেতু জানিব লাগিব ন কিহত সোমাইছে
হয়
আচ্ছা তুমি show everyone যে participants ত তুমি দেখিবা হয় তিলোত্তমাটো তললৈ চোৱাচোন তিলোত্তমা আছে নেকি
টি নামৰ অকল টগো দিৰচি আছে তিলোত্তমা নামৰ নাই
but she's not
বেলেগ হয়
they're not entering to her name কিবা বেলেগ নাম দি আছে I'll just ask her Baido's busy clicking a photo of the screen মই কৈছো স্ক্ৰীনখনৰ এটা ফটো মোলৈ পঠিয়াওক কাৰ নামত কৰিছে because I can't see her
there is one name WEKO Okole I think that can be Baido I think
Akole no that is Akole is
okay sorry
Akole is from NET
sorry
Raki Baido, tell code to Tike and like is she going through the correct link?
No, she can see us. Yeah, she's there.
Oh, right. Okay then.
Herself. So tell video to. Baido. Oh, Baido. Tilottoma Baido. Sukmaya, you have to wait, Sukmaya, huh? I'm just trying to reach her. Sunumi Changmi, who's that? Manu kom hoy ase dekhun Sukmaya. Oh, Sukmaya is off.
Yeah, I'm just sharing some of the links. I'm there.
Yeah. I think we are 10 minutes past the time, but we don't have too many people.
Yeah. Probably they are joining the YouTube or the Facebook link.
Okay. Acha, see, your screen khonot to dhoribo pora nai. Your screen khonot. Oh, Baido, apunar naam to ki? Apunar ki namot joy? I can't see your name too. What is your name? You're joining মানে your ID to Tilottama Mishra boli to no your I can't see a no not that say for example চবৰে নামবোৰ যেনেকে ওলাই গৈছে নহয় মিটিঙত আপুনি কাৰোবাৰ বেলেগৰ হেৰিত আহিছে নেকি আপোনাৰ কানেকশ্যনটো ইট ইজ your own no because your name is not showing yeah by the way you go out and log again অৰূপদা আছে নেকি প্ৰফেসৰ অৰূপজ্যোতি চৌধুৰী তেখেতক দেখিছো
আছে আছে
হেল্ল' বাইদেউ okay you have logged in again so Sukmaya can you see the screen please
yes let me check it
if Baido
Shruti will be looking over. Shruti is handling the
Still there is no Tilottama ma'am. There is no name with Tilottama. Just tell us the name. Maybe we can help from here. But we'll need to know the name.
I'll tell you when you go in Google Meetup you will have to just click and then they'll say join now আপুনি এজনক শুনকচোন মই নকওঁ Sukmaya is talking to you yeah hello হয় আপুনি মিটত সোমাইছে তাৰমানে আপুনি যেতিয়া গুগলৰ লিংকটোত আপুনি ক্লিক কৰে নাই পতা মই কোনে পাতি আছে নাজানো I don't know is it Sukhmaya who's talking
No, ma'am, I'm on mute.
নাই পতা মই আপোনাৰ লগত পাতি আছো এতিয়া নাই এতিয়া কাৰো মাত maybe it's echoing so বাইদেউ what you have to do is when you come on to Google Meet আপোনাৰ যিটো লিংক আমি আপোনাক ইমেইল খনত দিছো আপুনি তাতে ক্লিক কৰিছে নহয় জানো তাৰপিছত হেতুত ক্লিক কৰাৰ লগে লগে আপুনি ক্লিক কৰিলে আপোনাৰ এখন স্ক্ৰিন ওলাব তাত আপোনাক জয়েন নাও বুলি আহি যাব Google Meet কেনেকৈ অহা নাই আপোনাৰ will you go back to your okay let's go back to বাইদেউ let's go back to it so once you click let me click and show you once you click once you click বাইদেউ once you click when you say then এখন picture আপোনাৰ নিজৰ picture খন ওলাই যাব and you will see join now তাৰমানে আপোনাৰ ভিডিওটো অফ হৈ আছে আপুনি ভিডিওটো চাওকচোন তলত আপোনাৰ ভিডিওটো অফ হৈ আছে নেকি টাৰ্ন অফ ক্যামেৰা আৰু এটা মাইক্ৰোফোন আৰু ক্যামেৰাৰ আইকন আছে no বাইদেউ my voice is coming again just ignore it আপুনি ফোনটো থকচোন আপুনি আকৌ you can hear me মোক without the phone you will be able to hear me because মই on হৈ আছো গুগলত
Rakhi Baidu, you can mute yourself when you talk so that we don't hear you. Polly here.
I know I'm trying to is a problem
You give me her number, I shall talk to her. You text me her number, I'll explain.
Yeah. No, I have explained. She's not being able to get her own image.
Rakhi Baidu.
Excuse me. I think Mitateka has joined.
Who?
Mitateka ma'am. There is one name coming Mitateka.
নহয়
তোমাৰ বাইদেউৰ নম্বৰটো লোৱাচোন তুমি পলি ফোন কৰা
You just text it to me.
I'll just
Rakhi Baidu, kindly text the same number to me. I'll pass it on to the IT cell people. I guess they'll help them immediately.
Yeah.
It will be quicker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I Sukhmaya did you know one sec.
Yeah, fine.
Sukhmaya dear. পাইছানে সুকমায়া চোৱাচোন
পাইছো
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Sampurna, this side. I think so, ma'am. Pop-up বস্তুটো ব্লক হৈ আছে পপ-আপটো ব্লক হৈ থাকিলে এইটো হয় মানে যদি ল্যাপটপত যদি এন্টিভাইৰাছ থাকে ন তেতিয়া গুগলত পপ-আপটো নহয় সেই ওপৰত থাকে সেই বস্তুটো পপ-আপটো ডিসেবল কৰিহে আকৌ লগইন কৰিলেহে হ'ব
No, we asked her to log off and then log in. Sorry, মোক শুনা নাই চাগে নহয় I'm off. We asked her to log out and then log in again. But IT will help. One just number to share কৰিছো তেখেতৰ.
Yes.
IT will help. Let's see. We'll just give ourselves a little more time. Orubda, are you on your microphone? Can't see Orubda.
আছে স্যার আছে
এবাৰ ছাৰক ক'বা নেকি মই মাত এটা দিবলৈ খুজিছিলো because he said he has to go somewhere so Just wanted to know how long will he be able to stay.
Okay, sure.
Sukmaya?
I'll pass on the message, Baido.
Yeah.
Rakhi.
Good morning, Orubda. I was trying to greet you. So apparently you have a meeting, Bili Kole?
I have a meeting at 11, so 10 more minutes I have.
10 more
If it
minutes.
is possible, if it is possible, then I will be here, and otherwise I will have to go. Go means here itself.
On campus, Bujisu. But Orubda, you cannot delay your meeting, right?
That meeting is convened by Vice Chancellor.
Okay. All right. So in
So
absence
I will be here. So I will be here. Then from our side, Sukmaya and others will be there.
Right.
They will take care of it.
Right.
Okay.
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 So
See you, Rakhi.
Yeah. See you, Orubda. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In
Thank you.
absence, apunak heri korim, greet korim.
Rakhi, who's not been able to log in?
The main person, Chair Tilotoma Baido ki hoise. She can see us, but her own video pop-up is not coming up. And therefore she's not able to, we are not able to see her, nor is her video on, I think. So
but sometimes video to on nokorake kotha pate aru upai to nai. The voice is audible.
Yeah, in case she's not going to be there, then we can just sort of go
Voice
by her voice. Yeah, go by her voice. That's it.
Yeah.
Though
we'd love to see her.
Yeah. Though I know one would love to see her, but IT number to diya hoise. She can see us and she herself, her video is not available. Okuman past minute draw and at 11 we will not then wait.
Our Lucky Baido, our IT team has made contact with her, and she should be in a short while.
Yeah, but as Mitaba has said, just in case she's still stuck on her, video and is not able to see herself or project herself, then we can at least hear her, no? And we can go there.
Okay, sure.
But we do a worst case scenario.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. Baido is in.
Baido's in? Oh, great. Can we now see her?
I see her without the visual though. Baido jodi visual to on kore, and then we'll be able to see her.
Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yes, Baido. Yes, Baido. Yes, Baido, we can hear you.
Yes. Can you see me?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Hi. But I cannot see myself. I'm in a small window. That's okay?
Yes, Baido.
Okay, I'm here.
Rakhi Baido, you in?
Rakhi ma'am, your microphone is off.
Baido, I don't see Baido in again.
I can see myself.
Oh, now Baido can see herself and we can't see her.
and play. What is this? All these technical devices playing hide and seek.
I can see Baidu very clearly. You're there, up there in the corner.
Huh.
Yeah. So
Okay,
shall we then begin?
Yes, yes. I'll just keep my visual off because the network here is very poor. So
Okay.
I'll be visually off, but I'll start the session. Raki Baidu, keep going.
Orubda Golge Niki, he was giving us 2 minutes. So if he's there,
Yeah, I think I don't see him. I guess he went for the
left.
meeting. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Anyway,
maybe
I'll
we'll
start.
now, yes, we could start.
Okay.
Yes.
On behalf of Krishnakanta Handik State Open University, I, Dr. Sukmaya Lama, would like to welcome you all to this session. The theme for this particular session is titled Concerns of Marginalized Groups. The coordinator for the session is Dr. Rakhi Kalita Moral. The guest of honor for the session is Professor Arupjyoti Chaudhary, Registrar, Krishnakanta Handik State Open University, and Dr. Tilottama Mishra Baidu will be chairing the session. With my best wishes, I now hand over the session to Dr. Rakhi Kalita Moral Baidu.
Thank you, Dr. Sukmaya Lama, for that welcome note. As we start almost about 25 minutes late, the chair will take on the discretionary decisions to delay to extend the session today, maybe by 10-15 minutes if required. But at the very onset, good morning to everyone present here. We are, as you've just been told, on session 4 today. The chair of our session today is Professor Tilottama Mishra. And our guest of honor is the registrar of Krishnakanta Handikoi State Open University. But Professor Chaudhary has just excused himself from this meeting because he has another important meeting with the Vice Chancellor, as we've been told. And so he has asked us to carry on, and we shall therefore skip that little ceremony, and we will not have him address the session today. But Professor Arupjyoti Chaudhary, as the House should know, has been Dean of Academics at Krishnakanta Handikoi State Open University and an avid political commentator. He has authored and edited several anthologies. His Marginal Frontier, Essays on India's Northeast, in fact, interrogates the idea of a marginal Northeast India, something that speaks to some of the aspects that we may hope to be deliberate on today. Now, I would, before I introduce our chair today, I would very quickly like to just flag off the main ideas behind this session. As we know, we are discussing COVID-19, or at least we are discussing gender during the time of the pandemic. And at this moment, the idea of marginality, perhaps, which is at the very core of gender, takes on new hues and probably new ramifications, at least in terms of inequities, in terms of vulnerabilities around women's lives and social injustices that attend everyday lives and practices. So one will probably in this panel like to see how in the spatial practices of Northeast India, perhaps, women as inscribed by, the landscapes of shifting landscapes of modernity and marginality need to keep renegotiating their own different and many identities, multiple identities and public identities, both in the city and in rural Northeast India. And I think that will probably allow this session to bring in very fruitful discussions on the intersections of class, caste, indigeneity, tribe, alternative sexuality, professions, urban, rural dichotomies, and other notions of exclusionary categories such as migrants, refugees, even non-citizens, all of which, belong to the larger rubric of the idea of non-inclusion or exclusion. So the panel will debate around these existing injustices towards communities of women in Northeast India and hopes to uncover such beliefs and such prejudices about women's liberties in a space that has also witnessed, as our chair will be able to dilate very well, on a space that has witnessed customary law, different kinds of oral traditions that work in tandem with women's everyday practices, or perhaps, that work against women's liberties and freedoms. So sexualities, phenotypic differences, working class, the Dalit category, indigeneity, all of this will ring with new and altered meanings for us in today's session, I hope. So with these few words, I don't want to delay our interface with our panelists. We have 8 panelists today, as our chair will, of course, tell us in a brief moment from now. Of these 8 panelists, very exciting papers, I know. One of the panelists is unable perhaps to be physically here, or virtually physically, quote unquote, here. So we have, as you know, all the panelists have shared their PowerPoint presentations, and we will play that instead of the panelist who's unable to come. I take this opportunity to welcome you all once again to this session, and I very, very with great delight, I would want to welcome Professor Tilottama Mishra, who is the chair of today's session. Tilottama Mishra, or Baido as I call her, has been an acknowledged author and a name in not just feminist writing, but someone who has been quite deeply involved in the cultural and social meanings of Northeast India, its cultures, its literatures, and apart from a very long and illustrious teaching career, she was a lecturer at Indraprastha College at University of Delhi, where she started very young, and then she came on to Dibrugarh University, from where she retired as a professor of English. Her literary and academic career is dotted with several very lovely publications and very interesting new feminist histories, among which I would certainly place the Oxford Anthology of Writings from Northeast India, which she collated with a new kind of historicizing of Northeast India's literary and cultural representations. And along with that, her a very interesting novel, Swarnalata, has been now translated into several other languages, among them Hindi and Bangla, published by Zuban, and also earned her the Ishan Puraskar by Bharatiya Bhasha Parishad. She's also authored 2 other interesting novels in Ohomia, Lohitya Sindhu and Kamekar Ghar. So these 3 remain her creatively delightful, but very wonderfully new historicist kind of works. And she's also edited a very prominent 19th century historical work, feminist, one of the early feminist works, Ram Navami Natak, by Gunabhiram Borua. And that also remains a very important intervention in the history of women's writings and in the feminist history of our region. I'm very happy to welcome Professor Tilottama Mishra, who's also been a visiting scholar at the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies at Shimla, and has served as associate fellow there, while also being visiting professor with the University of Hyderabad, and the University of Delhi. She won the Sahitya Akademi's Writer in Residence Fellowship a few years ago. So we are very happy to have you, Baido, here with us. And we're looking forward to a very stimulating, intellectually, very engrossing session today on concerns of marginalized groups. As a votary of the oppressed and the marginal, I think Tilotoma Baido will take this panel on in a way that I can only now anticipate with great excitement. Thank you so much. It is over to you. As you know, you have the list of panelists, and you could begin by flagging your thoughts. Perhaps the Baido will begin the session, and after she has laid down her introductory ideas, we will start. Thank you very much. I think Rashmika is assisting with the question and answers on this session, which will come to us from the chat box, and Tilotoma Baido will be presented with those questions at the end of the panel, the round of the discussions. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Baido.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you, Rakhi, for having me here. Though it's a very daunting task for me. I'm totally unfamiliar with this whole, the technological revolution that has taken place through these webinars. And in fact, it's the first time I'm attending a webinar, though I have attended numerous seminars. So let me see how I go through all this with your help and cooperation. I welcome all the participants to this particular session, which is devoted to gender-related issues which have arisen out of the pandemic or which have been pushed to the back burners because of the pandemic. First of all, of course, I'm very happy to be here, to be a part of the IAWS family once again. And today I remember with grief and with happiness also some of my friends who have gone away. Last time I met them was here in Guwahati at the IAWS conference held at the Guwahati University. Professor Yashodhara Bakshi, who has left us, and she was my friend. And also recently we have lost Ilina Shen, who was very close to me. She was from my childhood days in school. She was in the same school with me. She was a brilliant child, very bright, junior to me. And later also I had occasions to discuss with her about her work amongst the Adivasis of Assam when she came to Dibrugarh University to meet me. So we have had a very, very affectionate and meaningful relationship. And today, therefore, I begin this session by paying my tributes to the memory of especially Ilina, who has passed away just a week ago. And I hope her example she will continue to inspire her with her work, the kind of work she has done, and her service to humanity. So let's begin today. Since the topic for this discussion is concerns of marginalized groups, we are looking forward to several presentations today which would be devoted to the problems of specific marginalized groups. Focus of the deliberations would probably be on the issues raised in the papers, and we may not have enough time for bringing in related issues because it will be a long session. So I would like to briefly touch upon a few issues at the outset, just to broaden up the general perspective of this discussion. Let me begin by suggesting that the concept of the margin in sociological discourse does not indicate an essentialized category. If we try to historicize the concept of the margin, we must adopt a layered approach because as a human category, it has complex dimensions. The margin basically has geopolitical, territorial, gender, caste, or racial implications. It also has implications of socio-economic exclusion. Since it is a layered term, it has also reference to where a certain group of people are located physically or what societal position they occupy. Often, the societal distance and the physical distance merges, but not always, because sometimes people may be marginalized right at the center of the so-called first world space. And just like we've been having this, the movement of Black Lives Matter, where we find that Black people living right in the middle of the center of the metros of the so-called first world countries, they are the ones who are marginalized. Also, a group may be excluded from availing of opportunities even while living in the midst of economic affluence. And I think gender would come into this. The tendency to ascribe geographical distance or ethnic composition of a group to their deprivation from the possession of land, water, and the forest resources, which are essential for the livelihood of a community, it is not always correct. You can't relate geographical distance and the composition of a group through deprivation from land, water, and forest resources. In fact, it is the attempt to mainstream the lives and the livelihood of some so-called marginalized ethnic communities that has played havoc with their lives. When you try to sort of bring in these people into the center, so-called center from the peripheries by introducing quote-unquote modernization endeavors. Such a situation is increasingly becoming evident amongst indigenous communities of central and northeastern India. The traditional rights of communities which have been living at the margins of the modern nation state are being eroded so that the economic power of the state can be enhanced. Thus, there is a complex link between geographical marginality and marginality caused by impoverization of the traditional communities because of the economic policies of the nation state. And this is happening even today, about people being deprived of their livelihood, of their forest, of water resources, everything in the name of development. Viewed from another angle, policies framed by the modern nation state for the so-called protection of marginalized ethnic communities often go against the rights of groups within the communities. For instance, the special constitutional provisions created by the protection, these have been created for the protection of the rights of tribal communities in Northeast India under the 6th schedule of the Constitution, are inimical to the rights of women of those communities because women have been traditionally excluded from the decision-making bodies, the tribal institutions. As such, they have been excluded from many of the constitutional and citizenship rights which are available to non-tribal communities of the region. That is one reason why women still play a very marginal role in the legislative bodies of the tribal states of Northeast India. except for Arunachal Pradesh, where the sixth schedule has not been introduced. But today in the papers, I saw that politicians are clamoring that they should be included in the sixth schedule. In Arunachal Pradesh, the panchayati system has been introduced because it is not part of the sixth schedule, where women have a role to play in village administration, or all the other six scheduled states remain outside the fold of the Panchayati Raj because they are allowed to be governed by traditional institutions where women hardly have a voice. In a state like Nagaland, for example, a few years back in 2011, there was an attempt by the government to introduce 33% reservation for women in the municipality and town council elections. Just municipal elections. But there was the traditional bodies of Nagaland, which are mainly patriarchal, they firmly rejected the move, and women are still fighting legal battles for their right to contest elections in the municipal bodies. There are also many instances of tribal women having to wage battles for the protection of their own basic rights as citizens, which have been jeopardized in the name of protecting ethnic identities. Women in most communities, including non-tribal ones, are considered as mute carriers of cultural baggages of the community, even if such traditional baggages may give no space to women's aspirations as equal citizens. And lastly, I would briefly like to refer to the recent emergence of women's voices in literature from the margins, where we can see the expression of a bold attempt to resist all socio-political forces which seek to marginalize certain communities. The mobilization of political forces in many regions inhabited by so-called Aboriginal people. Nowadays, they prefer to call themselves Aboriginal rather than indigenous. Maybe there are some political reasons behind it, I don't know, but I have found it so. So regions inhabited by Aboriginal people has lent a voice to the marginalized communities inhabiting those areas. But in most cases, it is the conscious political workers who are speaking on behalf of the oppressed in regions like Central India, for example. It is the political party members or organizers who are doing most of the talking. In the northeastern region of the country, however, the voices are emerging from within the marginalized communities themselves. And in most cases, it is the voice of the women writers which is articulating the aspirations of the communities. Most of the women writers have adopted English as the language for their creative and journalistic writings. And by doing so, they have injected a new verve or a new kind of energy and vitality into the language itself. These writers are speaking forcefully and confidently from their own world. They are speaking back to those, like gazing back. They are speaking back to those who are trying to push them into the so-called periphery. For many of these indigenous writers who like to identify themselves as Aboriginals, their world is neither the third world nor the fourth world. These are terms that have been coined from a Eurocentric point of view. I always feel it. But these people, these women writers, they proudly claim to belong to their own first world. So this is a very interesting point, that they say we belong to the first world. Just like the Canadian Aboriginals, they consider themselves to belong to the first world. Many of them acknowledge that identity is not one-dimensional, but multi-layered, and it is also constantly at flux. The space occupied by a modern writer from an indigenous community may be neither here nor there, but could be in a so-called in-between space, which Mamang Dai calls the Pensum space. I have written about these writers from Northeast India elsewhere, but today I would like to end with a few lines from one of my favorite poems which I often quote, written by a young Mizo poet, Cherry Chante. It's called, I hope I'm not taking too much of time. I'm just reading a few lines from it. It's called, What Does an Indian Look Like? It says, celebrated land of diversity, tourist brochures, colorful and vibrant, rich hues, striking costumes, interesting faces, a veritable Benetton ad. Differences in theory are appreciated. Make a good topic for the politician's speech. Are we as proud of our unity as we are of our diversity? I'm not reading the rest of it. I'm coming to the end of the poem. You look at me. You see my eyes, my skin, my language, my faith. You dissect my past, analyze my present, predict my future, and build my profile. I am a curiosity, an ethnic specimen. Politics, history, anthropology, your impressive learning, all unable to answer the fundamental question, what does an Indian look like? An Indian looks like me. An Indian is me. That's how the poem ends, and I think it is great. And that is how I think we can, in that spirit, we can start the discussion today, that this is the voice of defiance, this is the voice claiming centrality, rejecting marginalization. So with these words, I invite all the participants to get ready and make their presentations. I've been told that we should take up the papers alphabetically, according to the first name of the presenter. Is that all right, Rafi?
Yes, Baido. Thank you so much. That was such a lovely beginning. So we can go ahead in the order they are presented in the book of abstracts, or the list that you have.
Yes.
Yeah.
So shall we start with Chitamani Hajorika? Is that the order?
I think so. Yes. Yes.
I've been given this list. So
Can you see me? Oh, can you hear?
Yes,
Chitamani Hajorika, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, one and all present here. I would like to, I'm presenting the PPT.
Ticket affiliation to Codable license. Where are you?
Ma'am, I'll do that.
Yes.
Can you see the PPT?
Okay.
Good morning, one and all present here. I would like to thank the entire IAWS team for giving me the opportunity to present my on-progress paper. I am Chitamani Hajorika from Guwahati University, Department of Women's Studies. Today, I'll be discussing the topic COVID-19 and impact on women Safai Karmacharis in Guwahati. A study of work, healthcare, and sanitation. Who are Safai Karmacharis? Safai Karmi is a category of occupation which is mostly undertaken by the lower caste or scheduled caste groups. The occupation revolves around manual cleaning works. It entails cleaning and sanitation work in public places, official and residential spaces, toilets, sewer, dumping garbage, as well as the denigrating task of manual scavenging. A ritually sanctioned caste system is a unique feature in India, wherein people of upper caste occupy the prestigious position and the lower caste get restricted to less purer jobs. Among us, the most marginalized are the scheduled caste groups, who have been subjected to discrimination and atrocities. They are confined to the occupation, which have been historically associated to their identities and have not gained much mobility in terms of socio-economic upliftment. They face multiple challenges during their work as well as community-based isolation due to their work, which is considered to be polluting. Thus, they are exempted from social welfare and mostly remain invisible in the society. These are my objectives for my research, is to understand the effect of COVID-19 on women Safai Karmacharis or Safai Karmis of Guwahati, Assam, and to understand how they are marginalized and stigma attached to the community of Guwahati city.
And the last objective is to study the challenge at work, health, and sanitation of women Safai Karmacharis during the pandemic. And the research methodology will be, for the study, I will employ mixed method. The main source of information will be collected through primary data. Descriptive and non-probabilities observation method will give ample scope to collecting data. It will be based on fieldwork through case studies, interview schedule, and purposive sampling. The study will focus on representation of women Karmi and their issues related to health, work, and sanitation during COVID-19 pandemic. These are some of the challenges that women Safai Karmacharis face. Gender division of labor, healthcare and sanitation, marginalization of labor. And I would like to link these three challenges to the impact of COVID-19 on women Safai Karmacharis. They are facing extra challenges at home because due to lockdown, their children remain at home, so they have to work extra hours at home also. And belonging to a marginalized community, access to amenities are limited than the other workers. They are the less informed section due to lack of limited sources. The main source of information are normally informal sources like personal exchange, or we can say gossips, or sometimes it's news. Here I would like to add a respondent's answer when she was asked how well aware are the people around you about COVID-19. She said a person suffering from coronavirus will get their body parts mangled or disfigured. And those who were watching the interview session agreed with her. Thus, we see how being a frontline worker working in major virus-prone areas are not sensitized about the ongoing pandemic. Their schedules have been changed, and even if earlier they were working in streets, now their work has been shifted to different virus-prone areas like hospital, airports, or railway stations, especially. Due to lockdown, also that they have been facing traveling constraints for women Safai Karmachari, especially as the public transportation were not available. And lastly, availability of safeguard at their workplace is also a concerning factor. I interviewed a cleaning staff of a private hospital, and when I questioned her about the safeguards that they are provided at her workplace, she said they were provided PPE kits, double gloves, N95 masks, and shoe guards. However, when I interviewed a government hospital women Safai Karmachari and asked what they are provided, she said they are provided PPE kit. But when I insisted to describe the PPE kit, she said it is like a half jacket. And their supervisor told them that it is a PPE kit. And also they were given free masks and hand gloves. This is how the Karmis, especially women's section in government places, remain exposed to COVID-19 as well as other communicable and non-communicable diseases. This is how I would like to conclude my presentation by saying even though Safai Karmacharis are working as frontline workers, still they are treated with discrimination even during the time of pandemic. The stigma attached to the community is not over. Their work has always remained unrecognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Jita Moni Hazarika, for a very illuminative presentation. She has flagged issues like the socio-economic location and the caste linked with their profession. I mean, caste linked profession, which sort of is a deterrent to their social mobility. She has said somewhere that it is impossible for them to get better opportunities to change profession because of the structures and inequality of their socio-economic mobility and the stigma attached to their profession. So we have recently been reading a lot about the problems of this particular community, especially the women, not only in Assam but all over the country. How lack of proper gear, properly. You have talked about the way PPE, so-called PPE gear has been supplied to them. I'd love to talk about this, that whenever we see a photograph of a Safai Karmi, it's always, invariably, without any of these gears. And also, there are other problems which are probably not here in Assam, like manual cleaning, manual cleaning of toilets and all, which is probably not prevalent in Assam. But even then, the stigma attached, especially because it's especially women's job, uh, though both men and women suffer. For example, those who work, men who work in the manholes, almost six die per month. 6 manual Safai workers. So I just wanted to ask you, is there is there Sulabh International group active in Assam? Does it have anything to do with the Safai Karmis? There's an organization called Sulabh International, which is doing a lot of work among Safai Karmis. So you could discuss that. Yes.
Ma'am, as my work is still in progress, so I haven't read about these issues right now. As I was like, due to shortage of time, I only went to the field and took interviews of 5 women Safai Karmacharis right now, and have read a few of the articles from WHO and their measures and the measures they have given, and also about the recent cases that one person named Harnam Singh, who have filed a petition like uh, uh, asking COVID-19 to be tested for all the karmacharis, and also to provide PPE kit. And that's all, ma'am. I haven't read about this Sula organization.
So Rakhi, how will we manage with the other comments and questions? Shall we?
Yes. Baido, I think the method is instead of having each paper presenter, addressed with a set of questions after the session, there would be in the chat box, the participants are allowed to put their questions on the chat box instead of interfering with this, communication. So our rapporteur will be able to pick up the questions from the chat box and present it to me or present it to you. And we can then take it forward at the end of the session. We can address it to specific presenters. But I think this is a good way that you have immediately responded critically to her presentation. That you might have for every presentation, you might have one or two comments to make. Say, for example, the Sulabh International being a pioneer sanitation society. So how does it really connect to this? I think that was very relevant. Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, if anything comes to my mind, otherwise we'll follow the general procedure that you are following.
I think that we would be able to save time, and then we would have an engaged discussion around all the, one paper might talk to another. So it could be in that way. Yeah.
So let's go to the next paper. I think it will be postdoc Padmapati and R. Shaha. Are they present?
Yes, I'm present.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moral, Dr. Tilotoma Misra, for giving us the opportunity for presenting this particular paper. And my topic is, it's a co-author, so I have to mention my co-author, who is Rajiv Saha, who is a master's student working under me. And it's basically his idea about work on the sexuality and gender in the context of Assam and Northeast India. And of course, for this particular presentation or for this particular conference, I have added the COVID part, and so that it's very relevant for that. And so the topic of our paper is sexuality, gender, and the Indian state, and impact of COVID-19 on transgender community. So I'll request the organizer to move to my first Hope I'm audible. Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Hello?
So let's start. Yeah. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So let's start with the introduction part. So when we talk about the marginalized community of our society, so definitely there could not be more marginalized than a transgender community. And when we talk about the alternative sexuality, which is much broader term, and in that context, we have to bring the Indian state, because during the COVID-19, you can see how relevant is the interference of the Indian state, every mechanism, and in every, in every state, the interference of the Indian state is there. So the concept of alternative sexuality is a very contested concept, and it is like a taboo still in the society. Even in the academic section, I have seen, like, utterance of the words like hijra, transgender, gay, lesbian still make people very uncomfortable even in the academic. So working on this topic is a really big challenge, especially in the case of Assam and Northeast, where not much work has been done, and still we are very much confined to the binary section, the binary notions of gender that is borrowed from the British colonial system. Although the Indian state has recognized the third gender that recently, but majority of the Indian institutions still restricted to the binary notions of they prefer the separation of the alternative sexuality. And so definitely they are marginalized, this particular section. So this outbreak of the COVID-19 brought tremendous misery to them, because this particular section, they work in the social dimension, what we call in the social field, because they mostly work they work on the street. So the lockdown and all the restrictions completely cut off them from the social norms. And lots of discriminations already in the medical field, in the getting rations and getting all the facilities, even there's no separate what we call the quarantine center for transgender people. So this sort of what we call the miseries or problem they have to face. So this particular paper, of course, it is a work in progress. It is an attempt to look into those, especially focusing on the Guwahati city. And we try to conduct some interviews telephonically and some through physically. So it is work in progress. Next slides, please. Next slides, yeah. So the objective is to critically analyze the practical life problems faced by the transgender and understand the impact of COVID-19. And it is a narrative methodology and field study and interview schedule. So next slide, please. So before I starting, it is very important to define what is transgender. So transgender are basically those who disobey the social gender norms, the accepted norms of heteronormativity. And it is an umbrella term. Now it is much an umbrella term, and lots and lots of alternative sexualities are introduced, are part of this broader umbrella term, who defy rigid binary gender norms and who express or present a breaking or blurring of the culturally prevalent stereotypical gender role. So society expect a person to behave in a certain way, either male or female, starting from the birth, Hospitals also assign the sexes. So the discrimination starts from there, from the very beginning of the birth. So the society expect a certain persons to behave in a particular way. So this transgender people doesn't fit there because they show the attributes of both the genders, or maybe, or it is not necessary they discover themselves in the childhood. At any point of the time, they may discover they are transgender, they are gay or bisexual. So gender is a very fluid thing, and so this is highly complex issue. Next one, and so the discrimination. When we talk about the discriminations, it is. So transgender are very much part of Indian society. They have different sort of names like, hijras, kinnars, and identities like Sip Shakti. So they are, okay, I'll just fix my voice if I saw some messages that it is not coming clearly. So yeah, so these are very much part of the Indian society. It's not something created, but they are discriminated within the, and especially the male child, if they show certain attributes of, they are termed as an effeminate, or some of them even run away from their homes because of abuse and all sort of discriminations. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what sort of discriminations they face, right? Of course, unemployment, lack of educational facilities, homelessness, lack of medical facilities like HIV care. So this community, you can find one of the highest number of HIV and other sort of disease. Then depressions, hormone pill abuse, tobacco, alcohol abuse, problem related to marriage and adoption. So some transgenders may get married, but of course, they are not accepted by the societal norms, and they have to face discriminations on the regular basis. Next one. So now, yeah. So here again, I'll come to the concept of Indian state. What is the linkages? Still, there are no public toilets or bathrooms in any organizations for the transgender people. You may even find, separate toilets for physically handicapped people. But so it really creates a problem. Even someone joins a job, which bathroom they will use? That is the basic facility. And most families do not accept their male child, that I already explained. And healthcare, that is also because very often, in the health sector, they have to register themselves as a male and to go through as a male patients, all receiving the healthcare facilities. And inheritance of property and adoption of the child. So recently I saw in a state like Uttar Pradesh, they have passed a law where they can inherit the agricultural land. Next one. So now comes the COVID. Before that, the transgender in the Northeast India. We have a lot of transgender people, especially in Assam and other northeastern states. Some attempts were made for, to work for them. So all Assam Transgender Association was formed in 2015. Now it comes two important things: the Citizen Amendment Act and NRC. For both of them to be registered, you need valid identity proof and home addresses. So these transgender people who left their home and no identity are definitely failed to be registered. So a big portion of the people were left out. They cannot prove their citizenship because of the lack of identity. The government does not issue identity cards for them. And apart from Assam, the other northeastern state like Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Nagaland, the Catholic Church, because Catholic Church, they don't recognize LGBT community or any transgender, so the fear suppressed them to come out or to speak out. So here the role of the religion. So I believe all religions are highly patriarchal, which works against any form of the alternative gender. Next one. So now comes the, of course, the impact of COVID. I already mentioned. So they had to face, first of all, the food. There's no food for them, no fun for them, no safety, and no income and documentation even for getting the benefits. They are not, transgender people are not socially privileged like us working in online. They don't work on online. This online platform is very much for elite section of the society or maybe educated sections. It is not for the marginalized section for the society. And as because of compromised immune system, many form of community are a great risk of infections. Next one. And challenges, of course, are socially marginalized. Their location, they mostly stay in the very slum type of area where health and hygiene is not maintained. And around 4.8 lakh transgenders are there in India. And the lockdown has made them completely unsettled and brought lots and lots of socio-economic issues and, of course, the food insecurity. Next come the healthcare sector. As I mentioned, no separate quarantine center, no separate isolation ward. Next one, please. No separate isolation center, no separate. Only the state of Manipur that introduced a separate, quarantine center for the transgender populations. And again, here comes the without identity card, they don't get any facilities. So here, I would like to request my co-author just to minutes about his personal experience with the transgender people what they shared. We will not take much time. Only one slide left anyhow. So Rajiv, if you can hear me, just share your experiences. Rajiv?
Yes, sir, definitely. Thank you, sir, and good morning, panel. So I will take a short while, so that I will keep it very precise and short. That what I have experienced during my interview. Because of lockdown, I have taken over telephonic interview, and there are some points which is very crucial, very important in this in this topic. The first one is the most of the transgender in our northeast, specifically if I mention Guwahati, they're illiterate, so they don't know about the rights. Like sir said that there is no separate quarantine center for transgender, or there is no treatment separately for transgender in hospitals. But they're not ever about that because they're illiterate. They're not ever of their rights. And when I take an interview, when I ask about it, and they don't know about the Transgender Protection Bill 2019. They talked about that. Yeah, Swati Vidhan Burua is there. He will take care of this. So I have found very, very important thing. And I think in every aspect, on every area, there is a tiny seed, and which is called the butterfly effect. And at this tiny seed goes and grows, and it may be in a negative or positive direction, and it has their own impact. So I have found what is this, because in our society, there are class struggle like rich, middle class, and poor. But in the transgender community, there are also two categories. One is rich and another is poor. The one is rich, struggle for their rights. They want their rights. But the poor section, the poor class, who are like grounded, there's a mass number of transgender in India. They're on the street. They're begging. They earn by sex work, paid sex work. They earn by dancing on the street, by clapping hands in the street. They earn throughout attending shadis, marriage, and badhai ceremony. So all this occasion has been stopped during lockdown, but nobody focused. When I talked with them, when I take an interview, I have experienced that no single media, main media, technical media or paper media has been focused on the transgender. They focus on the labor. They focus on the women stuck in the other states and not getting food. But media or either government or media, they didn't focus on transgender actually. So this is a great like a strange thing. I mean, pathetic thing for us because this group is marginalized, very, very disadvantaged group in our society. And another thing is that the rent issues, because during lockdown we have seen throughout media that lots of labor has been come out from the house because they can't afford the rent. And in terms of transgender, they also couldn't afford the rent and have to come out from the room. So these are the things, and most of the transgender people engage in some kind of specific activities, specific work, like a makeup artist, like a dance teacher, and all. And due to lockdown, the film industry has been stopped, and a dance teacher also, because there is lockdown, there is no communication. So I think these issues need to address. And I have found during interview about this kind of issues. So this is from my side. Thank you, sir. It's over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Rajiv, for pointing out so many important things that there's no media coverage of the mainstream media about the hardship on transgender community, especially in Assam media. I didn't see any serious coverage as well. So last slide, please. And for the concluding this, so health sector we have done already. There's one more slide. That slide. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So health sector. So one important thing that I missed out. So many of them that wanted to go for their surgeries, for the sex change surgeries, were halted now because they are identified as a non-essential. And delaying it caused even further, and many of they take hormones and regularly hormones, so entire their medical process is halted. Those who, and this is bringing more anxiety, more mental pressure, or more mental problem to this particular community. So of course the recommendation, some of them, this documentation thing has to be either you give them a proper identity card, or based on their validity, they should get the facility. Government should give them. Some states are giving. I'm not telling like Kerala and all, but northeastern states, none of them are giving any financial benefit to transgender people, and continuous supply of the medications and sanitary facility, which is, I think, the basic human rights to get access to the proper sanitary facility. And first of all, there should be precise policies. Now, after the transgender bill has come, I think this 7 northeastern state has to work on their transgender policy, so that at least politically they are not discriminated. Socially, of course, long way to go. As I said, even academic circles, they are discriminated. What I can say about that. And so long way to go with this, with some positive hope. Maybe these marginalized sections will get their real dues. I'll just try to wind up my session here. Thank you, Chairperson ma'am, for allowing us to present. Thank you so much.
So I think we'll be short of time because we have to extend the session maybe. But
sure,
let's hope there'll be some comments coming to Rakhi's box. I don't know how it will come. But before I forget, I just want to first I want to thank Mr. Kosta Padmapati and his and I've forgotten the name. Whoever was talking.
Rajiv, ma'am.
Rajiv, for a very good presentation. We have come to learn a lot of things, because usually this is a topic that is never discussed, and it's a welcome change. But I just wanted, before I forget, I just want to flag something. You said the media has totally neglected them so far, but this morning when I opened the newspaper, Times of India, I think, there was a new news item, a very welcome news item about the transgenders in Manipur. They are called, they've got a different name, Nupi Manvis they are called, and this group has been socially accepted, and they are running the beauty business, beauty business very well. The society has given them a space as a community, and they are not rejected by the society as such. And also, yes, there's a story about a young person who's a surgeon now in a hospital, working in a hospital in Manipur. And that person, I don't know what word to use, what pronoun, but the person is a very successful surgeon and a very good COVID fighter. That's what I've read. So that's a welcome change, I think, coming from.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Manipur has done that, and national media, some coverage. We are talking about local media. Local media, it's really very negligible coverage, especially Assamese news channels who give so much of irrelevant stories, but not coverage of this very relevant story. That was our basically intervention is about that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
So, shall we go to the next? Manoshi Hajwari. Manoshi Hajwari. I can't see. Rakhi, I can't see Manoshi Hajwari.
I can see Shruti Shruba Bharali. Is she a panelist?
Her name is not here.
Yeah, but Shruti Bharali is presenting her screen to us. Sex work is work.
I'm a technical support. That's why I had just presenting my slide.
Okay, Shruti. Thank you very much. Yeah, I thought it made sense. So our third presenter.
Her name is Manoshi Hajwari.
So where is Manoshi Sukmaya? Do we have Manoshi, or do we only have a PowerPoint?
We can't see her, ma'am.
Oh, so
she's not online, I guess.
Is she the person who's away, or who's the person who's not being able to come?
I guess so.
Yes.
She was there in the morning, but I don't see her right now.
That's very strange.
She's from Dispur College.
Oh. Is there any way you can establish contact? Meanwhile, we can go on to the next paper so that we don't lose time.
Okay, I'll talk.
You can
sure.
try and establish contact. Yeah.
Right. Okay, sure.
I think we can carry on.
Okay. Next is Navojit Burman and N. Kaushik.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
This is Nidarshan and then Kaushik, and my co-presenter is Navojit Burman, but he is not being able to join as he found extremely poor network. So I'm on behalf of us. I'm going to present the paper. Ma'am, can I just put the video off as for the network issue? Ma'am, can I just? Hello, ma'am.
Baido, Tilutuma Baido, Nidarshan Kaushik is seeking your permission to go off video because of a
Yes.
connection problem. So you can hear him and he will probably play
Audio.
his slides. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the chairperson, ma'am, and all the organizers, including Rakhi, ma'am. So this is Nidarshan Nandan Kaushik, and I belong to the sociology department of Cotton University. And first of all, I express my gratitude to all the organizers. And this is my first experience, and I would like to embrace the opportunity as a learning experience. So, ma'am, can I just start?
Yes. Start.
Ma'am, our topic is a gendered impact of COVID-19 on women and work. So, as you can see, in the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the society in significant ways, and the impacts are, extremely gendered in nature and have changed the lives of women in drastic ways. If you talk about the combo strategies adopted by the state and central governments, such as prolonged lockdowns, affected the gender relationship in society, which affects men and women differently, and while posing newer challenges for women as compared to men. And this is seen in deepening sexual division of labor and further gender division in the household that puts the burden of care work and household chores solely on the woman. So if we talk about the concept of the new normal, and that has collapsed the idea of private and public space since working from home has become a necessity. In this collapse of the private and public space, working women find themselves conflicted of having to struggle for their own private space, and it has led to a blurring of women care responsibilities and professional responsibilities, facing women to constantly negotiate between both inside and inside her household. And for these, a growing literature on the gendered impact of the pandemic shows that women in households and women in the working places are worst affected. So this paper makes an attempt to sociologically examine the nature and extent of vulnerabilities related to gender inequalities in society in the COVID-19 pandemic. It will also explore how this pandemic crisis has made women readjust to their changing ideas of private and public spaces. It will also emphasize how women are forced to choose between their personal and professional lives, and it leads to professional anxiety and career sacrifices. So, ma'am, if we talk about the public and private dichotomy, the public and private dichotomy refers ideologically and historically to the development of a male political community and citizenship with all its attendant rights within the public sphere of society. So the development of public sphere with this exclusion of women demanded the parallel development of private sphere of the family and home. The private sphere, without any exclusive right of citizenship, become women's place and space. These mutually exclusive ideological constructs have no relevance to the poor woman's status in reality and in the current pandemic scene, and which created, this is something which is not accepted, or which we don't want to see it. So the changing nature of the dichotomy has been can we can see the changing nature of the dichotomy as as we know that historically the line between the home as private and the rest of civil and political society as public was defined by social norms as well as law, but that line was clearly gendered. Most of the discussions around coronavirus pandemic are either gender blind or gender neutral, because the arguments largely ignore the fact that the pandemic saves gender relationship in general and renders differential treatment to women, especially in the socio-cultural and economic realms. The recent report of Financial Express declared that India's devastating gender gap made even more worse by coronavirus economic crisis. For women in India, already suffering from the wide employment, wage and education gap, pandemic even more worsened the gap in the name of work from home concept. And the concept, as we know, it's very familiar for everyone that work from home, and it is, significantly it affects the women more than the men during this pandemic, as you can see. We know that everyone is talking about the public health crisis during this time, but we ignore the economic perspective as well. Since then, women are becoming the single caretaker of the whole family. When working started losing their job due to lack of exclusive private space, there is a hope of sharing the household work between the male and female, but with extension of care work, in reality, this is far from expectation. If we talk about the blue collar women are worse sufferer than the white ones, as with rising cases that are losing their livelihood as they don't have the option of work from home, and the digital divide worsen the situation even more. If we take an example, you can see that recently in a private organization of Assam, a pregnant lady was, she was forced to resign from her post, as as she is not being able to go to outside during this time. So if we talk, it is the ultimate aim of well-being to be free to choose what one values. This choice can be against what violates some norms and of universal values. It has to be set within the framework. On the other hand, there should be no imposition of assumed universal values. Care, responsibility, and compassion has to be part of citizenship. So, the if we talk about the changing roles of women during pandemic, we can see that COVID-19 pandemic significantly shapes gender relationship in general and renders differential treatment to women, especially in the social, cultural, economic realms. Uh, so, uh, it needs to be mentioned here that while the lockdown has been harsh to daily wage laborers and elderly people, it has also created an unkind routine for the women of the house and women of the workplace. In a number of countries, domestic violence reports and emergency calls have surged upwards of 25% since social distancing measures were enacted. If we take the examples, SARS numbers are likely to reflect only in the worst cases. In Argentina, in Canada, France, Germany, Spain, and United Kingdom, the United States government authorities, women rights activists, and um, civil society partners have flagged increasing reports of domestic violence during the crisis and heightened demand of emergency shelter. If we talk about along with the various parts of the world, if we talk about India, it in the times of social distancing and quarantine, National Commission for Women has received several calls of domestic violence across the country. Amid the epidemic, women's vulnerabilities are aggravating the pre-existing gender-based regulation. So in this paper, we have tried to show that the boundaries between the public and private space are decidedly preamble, bound up to their oppressive dichotomies and spanned by the patriarchal privileging of men's needs and experiences and the assumptions that these are normal. The arguments of the paper also tried to show the reality of distribution of paid work, unpaid work, and free time of rising violence during the pandemic. This paper also has made an attempt to sociologically examine the nature and extent of vulnerabilities related to gender equalities in the society and COVID-19 pandemic. It refers the importance of more gender inclusion policies, which should be taken by the respective governments to maintain a respectful, safe, and productive workplace for all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Nidarshan Nandan Kaushik, for your presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I don't know if there are any comments or questions which will come later, but I just wanted to ask a clarification. When you are talking about loss of employment, you are talking about the merging of the domestic and the private and the public space, interference. Have you also taken into account the problem of the migrant laborers, which is associated with the pandemic? Large scale migration of labor, a sizable portion of which happen to be women.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So when we're researching for this particular topic, we have seen so many migrant laborers, they have lost their jobs, and while they shifted to another place, it is seen that so many women, they are largely they know a specific word. They are expert in some specific words, but somehow while they shifted from one place to another place, they have been able to, they have not been able to cope up with the different environment. As you can see, they are not expert in some other words kind of thing. Now I don't know much about it, but somehow I got to know about this. One of the reasons of losing their jobs.
So, thank you so much. Shall we go to the next? Next person according to the list is S. Elika Asumi. Is she here?
Yes, I'm here. Right. I hope I'm clear. I'll just try to present my screen. Just a moment. Oh. I'm having difficulty to present my screen. My apologies. Okay, perhaps I'll continue without the slides just to save time. I seem to have some issue. Okay, thank you.
It is on. It is
All right,
on.
great. Thank you so much. So I have updated the slide a little bit, but I think this will do for the moment. So respected Chairperson, Dr. Tilotma Mishra, Dr. Raki Kalita Moral, organizers, and all the participants, very good afternoon to you all. My name is Elika, and I'm from Tetsa College, Dimapur. I have titled my paper Liminal Lives, Naga Women in Response to the COVID-19 Pandemic. And some of the issues that I wish to address will perhaps overlap with what we have been discussing so far. And I thank all the paper presenters for the wonderful insights that have already been shared. I have also given the website liminallivesnagas.blogspot.com, which is still being updated as the transcription takes place. And you can visit in case you wish to read the narratives of the women participants mentioned in this paper. For the paucity of time, I wish to make a brief note on the theoretical framework of liminality while discussing some key questions and observations. Next slide, please. Well, this paper examines the experiential condition of the liminal, which is understood in the context as in-betweenness. Its scope is in relation to the Naga women responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and tends to reposition them in certain notable ways. In these conditions, traditional gendered spaces continue to hold ground as the onus of the public decision-making process with regards to the pandemic falls squarely to the men. The moment of crisis has offered glimpses of liminality wherein women's experiences cannot be dismissed. So even as women's voices hardly figure in policy, governance, and institutional interventions related to the pandemic, their experiences constitute a rich narrative vein in thinking about responses to this new world. The quotidian and the everyday are far from homogeneous context when considering the experiences of women across different sections of society. Thus, one can uncover a sense of liminality in the roles that women are expected to carry and their negotiation of these roles. In Nagaland, the calls for lockdown manifested in vociferous and sometimes violently imposed isolationism. However, the effect may be argued may not have been so strange for many women who were already facing the strictures of patriarchal impositions. The Latin word limen translates to threshold, which it could be argued captures and describes women's lives even without the context of a crisis. Naga women quite simply lack a voice, and platforming these voices, framing narratives around them that contest conventional assumptions of their marginalized position is crucial to the study. While the pandemic threatens its own form of liminality, always at the threshold of hallowed spaces such as state boundaries, and at the personal level, at the doorstep of one's home, it is the unconventional, multifaceted lives of women which perhaps offers a counter-liminality. Thus, the narrating subjects behind these roles disrupt the very premise of generic roles and labels. To qualify, even a label such as the Naga woman is at best reductive, at worst disingenuous. For these Naga women, whom I've had the privilege to speak with, and accorded with the responsibility of articulating their sense of themselves, one can also gauge the regulations and the anxieties that accompany attempts to define what it means to be a woman in Nagaland. What remains is their tenuous identity, which is linked as a response to the pandemic, but found that the ills of society extend beyond this specific context. Next slide, please. This working paper is a culmination of several interviews and interactions with the participant women since April 2020. These are Naga women whose work, livelihoods, and mobilities have been directly affected by the pandemic. I have interviewed and continue to interact and engage with women in domestic and professional spaces. These are mothers, healthcare workers, educators, entrepreneurs, students, daily wage earners, and migrant returnees. What strikes immediately is that irrespective of age and class, most of these roles are interchangeable for many women. I've interacted with 18 women from Nagaland between the ages of 16 and 60. It is convenient to use the lens of their contribution in their domestic and professional identities. However, this limits the possibility of narratives. Hence, I encouraged a cross-fertilization of narratives from the same participant. Additionally, I found it useful not to adhere to a template or a questionnaire, rather record the conversations as it developed. Hence, this paper cannot make any claims in the quantitative sense. This also explains why the term narrative is useful when thinking about their subjectivities, as it expands the possibility of articulation rather than limiting it to academic necessities. They reveal their lives to be in a state of flux, an idea that is central to liminality. Next slide, please. I attempt to focus on narrative interpretation and the rethinking of their experiences regarding how they negotiate the everyday. Discernibly, notions such as belonging and identity cannot be easily cast, even as token celebrations of empowerment of women sporadically continues in the Naga public space. Their narratives, while unique, come at a time when the public relevance of women's civil society organizations is on the wane because of the inability to address myriad issues or reiterate collective standpoints. It is hoped that individual voices will continue to sustain broader concerns related to women's rights and empowerment in the state. Liminality offers a critique of the reduction faced by women in their ascribed roles. I argue that it becomes a means to better understand Naga women as they continue to confront gendered, social, and cultural spaces. Next slide, please. These are the 18 women who I have been interacting with. However, for this presentation, I will be briefly introducing 3 women, and I'd like to share with you some of the key issues that have emerged in my interactions with them. Next slide, please. Emilo is 40 years old, mother of 2, and a daily wage earner. She goes for her hazira or daily wage doing odd jobs, gardening, mystery or masonry work. The pandemic has been particularly hard on her as a daily wage earner. Her usual homes where she had some odd jobs were not willing to let her in their premises because of the restrictions put down by the village council orders. During the lockdown, she wondered where she would find her next meal for her family, having to rely on the charity of neighbors and well-wishers. Her husband, being an alcoholic, could not contribute to anything in the house, so she has had to be the man of the house. The people in the locality call her uncle, but she doesn't mind it, she says, as it is the truth. Nemen is 18 years old. She is from the village of Longzang in Mon district of Nagaland. She left for Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala in the month of February 2020 to work as a waitress and a kitchen help at a vegetarian restaurant. She is one of the Nagaland returnees during the COVID-19 pandemic. She says she will never return to a life of uncertainty as a migrant worker, rather be in Nagaland even as a house help. And you can read more about her story on the blog itself. Hino is 36 years old and a mother of 2. Her husband helps her in running their teacher training institute and abacus training school for children. Ever since the pandemic, her business is shut down, and without having the means to pay, she has had to let go of one of her permanent staff. Now she has to rely on online classes and paying teachers on half pay to conduct the classes. All these expenses while she's also paying her rent for the institute and her own apartment rent. She refuses to shut down her business, saying that even if she has to beg or steal, she will not shut down the institute that she set up with her own hard work. What I've tried to attempt is to trace unacknowledged narratives of women. Increasing education of women and the enrollment ratio, it supports required statistical data. Unfortunately, it will also reveal the skewed developmental challenges in the state. To give a small example, the majority of the urban domestic workers are people from Eastern Nagaland, a much underdeveloped region. Women are also greatly enrolled as educators and administrators in the education sector, especially in private institutions, but they are hardly or never implicated in issues of jobs crisis in the state, as stable government jobs are often associated with men only. To take an example of the much contended women reservations of the urban local bodies that ma'am had mentioned earlier also, which was strongly opposed by tribal women organizations, it could have been considered as a jobs issue on one hand. Perhaps it would have gained some traction rather than making it an identity and traditional laws issues. These are larger questions that continue to be contested and which cannot be ignored in the face of the pandemic crisis. My argument is that women in Nagaland were already in a tenuous position, linked closely to the pernicious issues of our society, and these issues which are hardly ever spoken about. And perhaps this pandemic has given us another circumstance to re-examine narratives from unacknowledged lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elika Asumi. It's a brilliant presentation, and it has confirmed uh, many of our beliefs or doubts that we have had. And I just to clarify, I have heard about this from others that Naga women are facing, because you've talked about the liminal space. Okay, that it's a challenge. It's a kind of challenge to adjusting to the situation around. But they were already facing a kind of problem of challenge of adjusting between the traditional culture and modernity, which has come in a large way in the Naga society, especially for those who have relocated themselves in the metropolitan cities of the country. Very successfully, many of them have done it. So, do you think that Naga women are facing the challenges of liminality even there while adjusting between the two worlds?
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. Yes, I agree that this state of liminality is also a state of suppression. And this is what I'm also trying to understand. Yes, having said that, the position of Naga women in Nagaland is already tenuous, that I mentioned earlier. But even in metropolitan cities, that position continues to be, it continues to be. And in terms of course, this is something that is equally shared. This sort of discrimination is shared by the Northeastern people at large as well, especially in metropolitan cities. And this pandemic has highlighted some of the racial, differences. It's very clear. So yes, they continued to, I think, bear the same burden. It carries on. I think the narratives carries on, but in different spaces. And different spaces also bring about different challenges. And I think all of these have to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Raki, yes.
Yeah, just a point on Elika's lovely presentation. I think the intervention that you just made, Tilotoma Baido, points to another work which I think Elika's work can speak to, and that is of migrants from Northeast India in the metros, Duncan McDura's work, which I think brings around this problem of also of the problem that we are now witnessing in terms of returnees, a lot of the migrant returnees. So I think Elika's work speaks to that work, and I was just reminded of that. Just a comment. Yeah, wonderful. But
Thank
I
you,
have
ma'am.
another question, and I'll keep it for the question round.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
don't want to take away the time just now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Erika. Now we come to the next paper, which is Sampurna Das. Sampurna Das.
Yeah, so I'm here.
Yes. Sampurna Das. Please make your presentation.
So good morning, one more present here. So I am Sampurna, a doctoral candidate with the Department of Sociology at Delhi University. So the title of this paper is "Seen Like a State: COVID-19 Precariousness, Food Relief Package, and Women in Assam." So before I start, I would also like to thank Dr. Tilotama and Dr. Rakhi for this opportunity, and also IAWS for this stage. So next slide, please. So the presentation that I'm going to make is from my work with a different. So I am actually a project coordinator for this project. It's a multi-organization project. So, and organizations based in Assam and also organizations based in Delhi. So, what this ongoing project is trying to understand is how women are affected by this COVID-19, and broadly we deal with the unorganized sector. So, next slide, please. So a brief profile of this project is in the first phase, we got around 200 respondents. So as you can see, the breakup of the district wise of the percentages of women responses that we got. So across 11 districts. So we had two questionnaires, bilingual questionnaires. So based on which we got the different responses. And interestingly, this questionnaires were being the interviews were done by the field women leaders from within the community, which is like a very impressive step, which otherwise is not possible. It's during the COVID-19 that we came up with this idea that let's ask the women from the community to ask the questions, because it makes it more reflexive. Otherwise, it's usually the researchers, the trained researchers that would do such interviews. So we also have various like reflexive notes that came into to us from these women leaders, but we can discuss it later. So next slide. So a brief profile of the responses. So around 40% of the women were currently married of the 200 responses that we got. So the next slide, please. And around 35%, around 30 to 35% of women were around the age of 26 to 35. The senior citizens were roughly around 15%. The next slide, please. So yeah, as I told, it's mostly the unorganized sector that we are looking into. So here you can see the breakup of the different occupation that women were into. So I'll just put it aside for like a few seconds so that you can grasp the different variety that we were looking into. So yeah, next slide. Yeah, so I would like to now start the presentation. Yeah, so the state in April had announced 5 kg of rice per month per member under the National Food Security Act to those families who do not have ration cards. These women working as unorganized labor are precarious, but unlike how the state imagines, they are not marked by non-desire of food. They may have adjusted, but that does not minus their intrinsic human desire for food variety. This is well illustrated by the promises the women have made to the children to feed them well, and also in the ways that they have been striving to keep these promises. Due to lockdown, the women were not able to purchase food for their children and were instead relying on foraging from the neighbor's kitchen garden, the roadsides, and collectively going to the wild. The aim of this paper is to explore women's effort to provide a variety of food to the children against their precarious conditions, heightened by the COVID-19. More theoretically, this paper is interested in understanding the relationship between state's imagination of precariousness and precariousness as understood by the people, here women. But what is precarity? A little background here. Precarity refers to the loss of particular notion of and social contract around work that secures not only income and job, but a certain identity and lifestyle. The term came into wide circulation in Europe in 1980s in response to labor reforms and reduction of welfare state, both in circles of social struggle and activism as well as in the academy. However, locating precarity as a phenomenon produced solely by globalization had its effects. As Judith Butler in her 2004 book Precarious Life has pointed out, the emergence of the concept of precarity cannot be explained solely by an increase in precarious workers or by the actions of a core group of activists or academicians. They focused on existential condition as well, rather than limiting to just economic aspects. So here I have been referring to Judith Butler, but there are a host of other scholars who look into this very condition of precarity, like the Neil and Rosito. So yeah, building upon this dual constitution of precarity, the paper shows how precarity for these women are rooted both in their unstable condition and the state's labeling of them as people with non-desires of food. Precarity for those women is thus something more specific than the universal sense of an impending life crisis. Instead, it is also a struggle to live with the overarching label that marks them with non-desire of food, muting their bodily wisdom of metabolism and nutritional efficacy. Another set of literature that this paper will look is how state characterizes its citizen, taking from the seminal work of James Scott, Seeing Like a State, published in 1988, from where I have also used a portion of my paper heading. The state, to control its population, organized them into various categories. So this is how the state would categorize the citizens. This population categorizations, however, did not represent the actual activity of the society, nor that the state wanted to, as the goals were only taxation and political control. The state's imagination of its citizens was singularly abstract. States across were planning for generic subjects who needed so many square foot of housing space, acres of farmland, liters of clean water, or so much food. That's it. As such, the state, while ascertaining the food relief, does not obey the bodily wisdom of metabolism and nutritional efficacy. It overrides absorption, nutrition, which are core components of food security definition as underlined by the Food and Agriculture Organization. By non-desire of food, Indian state too works with this lopsided idea of food security, when instead we should be looking at food sovereignty. I could talk more about the difference between food security versus food sovereignty and how Indian state would actually do food security rather than be doing food sovereignty in India, so that I can just talk in the Q&A round if anybody is interested. So yeah, steeped into such food security measures, I see characterization of precarious citizens with non-desire of food. So yeah, now moving on to our findings very briefly. What we saw is most of the stories begin with outlining the loss of employment, moving to narrate how it brought a spell of hunger to their families, pushing them into foraging food. The women quickly, however, added that even during the pre-lockdown times, given their precarious occupation, maintaining food variety was very difficult, but of course, not as bad as present. This has to mainly do with the absence of strong legislation controlling the unorganized sector, making these jobs highly insecure and low paid. Lockdown has just increased the precarious labor condition. As high as respondents, yeah, you can, sorry, I just completely lost the track of the presentation, so you can just go into the next slide. So yeah, this is what I'm speaking currently. So yeah. So you can, as you can see, I'll talk about the percentages. You can just quickly have a look on the slide. So a high percentage of women responded without payments, around 67% of them. Some of them with partial payments, around 11% of them. But those were mostly working within the domestic sector, because it's really easy for a domestic worker to go back to their employers and keep asking for the money continuously, like the maids and the nannies, which is not possible if a person is working in an industry setup, because the industries are closed, which makes it really impossible for the women to continuously go there and bicker them for the salaries. So yeah, this is what our respondents had to say about the forced foraging. So next slide, please. Next slide. So yeah, this is one of the many responses that we got, which I found very interesting. So here is a woman who is a single mother. She works as a hazira in the local shopping area, and also she is a widow. So let's see what she had to say. So as I quote, finding a patch of wild taro, I rejoice that I am safe from the horror of serving plain rice curry to my daughter. Henry Arvo, as they call, had been my refuge since then in this lockdown. But as months roll down without any sign of work, I fear that I might finally have to go back to my parents, unable to provide my daughter with the promised variety. So, next slide, please. So this is another woman speaking to us, which is also interesting. She is a domestic worker, and she would make keta, the cotton quills that we would be using. It's not very marketable, but however, in the local market, she would sell. So what did she has to say? Let's see. Earlier, I would not bother much about mending the house. So yeah, here she's talking about how the COVID-19 lockdown, the time period was in consonance with the monsoons that struck us in Assam. And she is from one of these riverine shore areas of Assam. So with the monsoons coming in, it will be flooded all over, and mostly the houses would annually be devastated. So here she's talking about how the pain of dealing with COVID as well as the monsoons together. So let's see. Yeah. So early, I would not bother much about mending the house, as it usually does not take more than 2 days of repair work. But now that I have to forage food, I am not able to manage time to repair the house. I had asked for pending dues to my employers, thinking that I would hire external help to repair the roof. But to my surprise, they denied the payment and also maintained ambiguity about my employment status. So about the ambiguous employment status, she is a Muslim, and the domestic and the house that she usually worked is a Hindu family. So with this entire COVID and the entire fake news that have been coming after this. So it seems as if the Muslims are the carrier of the virus, and henceforth this woman was almost being thrown out of the job. So, and that's why this ambiguous employment status. So what we see here is that women, while accepting the precarious means, continuously negate linking precariousness to non-desirable. There is a schism between state's assumption of precariousness and that of the women. But they continuously would say, they would retaliate that all of this negotiations with the precariousness without have been possible minus the performance of solidarity. The women in our study emphasize how without the support of fellow women, maybe within the family or otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to provide food for the children, and therefore negates state presumptions of precarity. They forage food together, even share recipes. Sharing recipes, as we would know, is a very personal act, and it's usually not very, it's not done usually. It's only done within a very personal group of people. But here we see that women have been sharing recipes, and by sharing recipes, I talk about a traditional food that women usually would not cook and would require some sort of traditional knowledge of cooking that food. For example, kosu, as we talk about the taro leaves, it requires a particular form of cooking, and not many people, especially the new generations, would know about cooking kosu because it requires certain kind of boiling and then throwing the water out. So in this COVID-19, what is happening is women each are helping each other, revealing their recipes, which is a very personal act of performing solidarity with the women, and it's It's through these performances that women are actually challenging this precarious identity that state suddenly has like imposed upon them. So this is what one of my respondents had to say. So next slide, please. My house owner gave me 2 jackfruit to feed my family over the week. She also advised me to make ketas and also to sell them when the shops reopen. So she is a tailor and also works as like a part-time domestic help when required. So yeah, next slide, please. This a little more. These performances of solidarity enable women to feel agentic, enabling them to keep promises made to the children. Much has been written about how women view herself as a being in relationships, challenging the estranging notion of self-object relations. These performances of solidarity are empowering, particularly in unsettling times like the current COVID-19 pandemic. Performance of solidarity help them to be resilient. Their ways, as we saw in the above anecdotes, is marked with resourcefulness, openness, and responsiveness to healing modes that stem from friendships and familial relationships. Healing being the base towards the performance of solidarity. So to conclude, I want to go back to my argument that the state wants to project a linear narrative of the precarious population by ignoring their bodily wisdom. The women in the study, however, show that a completely different picture. They reject these broad imageries of the precarious bodies by emphasizing how they put variety of food in the children's food plate. Looking into conceptualization of precarity, how it is defined by the state and how it is lived, one can understand how an overarching planning mechanism of the state excludes situated knowledge. Thus, the paper broadly revisits the state and citizen relationship. Next slide. So yeah, this is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sampurna. I don't know if we have the time. I wish you could have explained to us about some of the terms that you have used so easily, but maybe many of us are unfamiliar with. For example, what do you mean? Why do you say non-desire for food? What do you mean by the term non-desire? Non-desire for a particular kind of food, or what exactly does it imply?
Should I speak right now or like later?
You could do it later. If you could just
sure.
Yes, yes. And also food sovereignty, probably it's a basic term. You could do it later on. Okay. Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Baidu, may I, Rutma Baidu, may I just give this cue that we have less than 20 minutes. We have about 15 minutes, and we have one paper or two paper presentations.
We have two, unless the other person who didn't come, Ajwari, turns up. Ajwari didn't come.
We have two. If she comes up, then we have three. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. So we will need to actually go fast on these two papers.
Yes. Someone should keep the time. I don't know how.
I will ask Sukhmaya, because you see the problem is that the next session begins at 1:30, and people start making the entries after 1. So maybe we can take maximum 20 minutes. So we also have questions, by the way.
Okay. So let's quickly have the presentations then, and I request the paper readers to restrict the time to say about 7 minutes each. Will that be okay?
Yes,
okay.
I think
so. Yes. Sharmila Jajodia. Sharmila Jajodia. Is she here?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but not visible.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my paper is Marginalized Genders in Life and Literature in Pre- and Post-COVID Era, a Reflection. Next slide, please. Points for reflection for my paper is what is gender and is gender a biological or socio-cultural construct? Is the gendered body considered a human being biologically, scientifically, and legally? Third point, what are the various psycho-sociological and cultural factors which decide the role of gender in human society? Next slide, please. The works selected for this reflection are Mahesh Dattani's Tara and On a Muggy Night in Mumbai, Shashi Deshpande's The Binding Wine, Anita Desai's Fasting Feasting, Manjula Padmanabhan's Harvest, and Shiv K. Kumar's Indian Women. Next slide, please. Mahesh Dattani's Tara is about the twins conjoined from the breastbone down through the pelvic area, but they do not share any vital organs. There are strong possibilities of their survival due to advanced modern technology. Their physical separation through surgical process will leave them completely sterile as they share 3 legs. A scan shows that a major part of the blood supply to the third leg was provided by the girl. The chances of their survival were better if the leg would survive on the girl. Next slide, please. But the mother takes the decision with the doctor that the third leg should go to the boy child, and then they become completely handicapped, both of them. So, on a muggy night in Mumbai, it is the first play about homosexuality, love, partnership, trust, and betrayal on the stage. All the characters show different sexual orientations and surpass the social expectations. Bunny, Ranjit, Kamlesh, Ed, and Prakash are not comfortable with their gayness, while Sharad and Dipali are. Kamlesh is depressed as Edwin Prakash Matthew has left him after their 3-year long relationship as gay lovers. Kamlesh also seeks psychological treatment, but the psychiatrist tells him about aversion therapy and counsels Kamlesh to be otherwise. Kamlesh shares his experiences with his friends, telling what psychiatrist has told him. For a while, I believed him because the medication helped me to cope with my depression better. Until he said, I would never be happy as a gay man. It is impossible to change society, he said, but it may be possible for you to reorient yourself. Thus, the psychiatrist is also uh, a straight person and having the phobia that the person can't be happy as a gay person. Next slide, please. Anita Desai's Fasting Feasting deals with gender discrimination, widowhood, singlehood, marriage, dowry in the backdrop of religion and culture. Uma is a failure at studies and is compelled to give up studies to take care of Arun. When he wants to put him under the IAWS care, like them, her mother tells her to learn how to run the house for being marriageable and also that Arun needs proper attention. So the boy child is preferred and his attention is more cared for instead of girl's child study. Anamika, winner of scholarship to Oxford University, is not allowed to study and is married to a much older man. She is beaten so brutally that it leads to her miscarriage and loss of motherhood permanently. The sisters Uma and Aruna are a sharp contrast to each other at the side disclosure. There were so many marriage proposals for Aruna that Uma's unmarried state was not only an embarrassment but an obstruction. So society cares for fashion, beauty, and human being as a human being is not given the importance. Next slide, please. Shashi Deshpande's The Binding Wine is about marriage, the role of male and female as life partners, silence in marital relationship, and the trauma of physically violated women within marriage and outside marriage, their identity crisis and lifelong sufferings due to patriarchy. Uma's mother-in-law Meera has been raped in the garb of marriage, and she had strong repulsion for her husband, who was obsessed with her since he saw her at a wedding party and engaged himself in the single-minded pursuit of marrying her. while Kalpana, Shakutai's daughter, has been raped by her own uncle Prabhakar outside marriage. Unconscious Kalpana struggles for her existence in the hospital and is neither dead nor alive. So, women's position, women as a gender is suffering a lot. Women's position is marginalized within marriage, outside marriage. She is violated within marriage, outside marriage, and nobody cares for. Next slide, please. Manjula Padmanabhan's Harvest is about organ selling and surrogacy in the backdrop of marital relations. Om is unemployed and signs a contract with Interplanta Services for organ selling. He declares himself unmarried and his wife as his sister. Jaya protests at every stage of organ giving, but she is not heard at all. She realizes at the end that Virgil, who has received Jitu's organ to prolong his life and to continue his family line as women in his country, has lost the childbearing capacity. So the people from his country are getting organs from poorer countries to populate it. Jaya tells Virgil that he needs to approach her in person if he wants a child from her. He tells her that it would be risky for his health. She asserts that she would not like to communicate with an illusion and will commit suicide if forced to do so. Virgil laughs at her that you are fighting for your pride. Jaya says, yes, if the only clothes I can afford are these rags of pride, then I will wear them with my head held high. So, Mandula Padmanabhan's Harvest also projects through Jaya a woman's assertion as a wife and as a woman in the backdrop of organ selling in this world of information and communication technology. In this world of advanced technology. Next slide, please. Shiv K. Kumar, in his poem,
Hello.
expresses.
The time is up anyway.
Yes, it's last. Women can't express their anger on the mud walls. They can't weep when they go to village well. They are not allowed to see themselves in the mirror. Women doodle on the sand beside well. Wait till evening for their men to return. So women are not allowed to express their anger when they draw pictures on the mud wall as well. Next slide, please. Conclusion. Gender is a socio-cultural construct. The women only contribute in the subordination of women, leave aside the men. Even psychiatrists don't support different sexual orientation. A male writer rejects and discourages a female writer. Although a gendered body is considered a human being, yet due to social conditioning, gender discrimination is happening at all levels, even after so much educational, scientific, and technological developments. The marginalized gender is struggling hard to be part of mainstream society, yet they find themselves doubly marginalized in the COVID-19 era. Thank you.
Thank you. Though we could have carried on a discussion, but because of the paucity of time, I think we have to to forego the comments and the questions. Now we come to the last paper, last presentation. Swatal Ramachandran and Ashraf Ullikamat.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Yes. So this is a joint paper basically by myself, Shwetal Ramachandran, and my co-scholar Ashraf Ullikamat. We are interdisciplinary PhD scholars in women's studies at the University of Madras. So, ma'am, can we have the PPT, please? Thank you, ma'am. So we have titled our paper as Combating Racism and Pandemic, Intersectional Challenges for Northeast Women. So as we all know, the current pandemic of COVID-19 has led to detrimental effects in the lives of people across the globe. And one such pertinent issue is the severe exacerbation of the racist discrimination against the Northeast population in major cities of India. So we are well aware of the fact that their citizenship has always been questioned over decades, and there is always a verbal abuse which is directed towards them by calling them as chinkies and so on. Now, sorry. Yeah. So now this has moved to the stage where terms relate to the Ma'am, is there a disturbance?
नहीं देखो कितना है, ज्यादा हो तो मत डालना सारा। इस ये प्लेट में आपने खाया है।
Mute. Sukhmaya, could you please mute everyone?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. So now this has moved to the stage where terms related to the pandemic are equated to the northeastern population, thereby reinforcing the hatred against them for solely being responsible for the outbreak and spread of the pandemic. So during the lockdown, there arose numerous reports where northeastern women living in major metros such as Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, etc. had to face severe abuse as they were stigmatized in the name of being potential infectors. So this paper is basically an attempt to reflect on the triple marginalization that the northeastern women face, and the intersectional framework of gender, race, and regional discrimination is utilized. And the methodology used is, ma'am, you can please move to the next slide. Yes. The methodology used is the qualitative tool of in-depth interview to gather information, describe and analyze the various challenges faced by northeastern women. And we are also using the theory propounded by National Research Council USA, which describes three major types of discrimination, such as intentional, subtle, and statistical profiling. Next slide, please. Yes. The Rights and Risks Analysis Group, a New Delhi-based independent organization working for human rights, has recently documented and released a report which records 22 cases of racial discriminatory attitudes against northeastern population. I quote, "Apart from being called Chinese Chinky, India's Mongoloid-looking people were spat on and called coronavirus, forcibly quarantined despite showing no COVID-19 symptoms only because of their looks, denied entry into apartment complex, forced to leave apartment, threatened with eviction, forced to leave restaurant to make others comfortable, none wanting to share transport with it." Unquote. So some of the documented abuses against them include phrases such as "coronavirus आ गया, ये तो Chinese है, वो लोग तो local आदमी है, तुम तो China से हो, इसको पता तेरे पास coronavirus है कि नहीं." So these are clear indicators of how abuse and torture has been carried out without any humanitarian concerns. So based on this report, we had an interview with few respondents, majorly based in Chennai and few other metros. So we can find that Delhi seems to be the metro with the highest number of reported cases of abuse, whereas Chennai stands with the least number of cases. So we are grappled with the question of whether Chennai is more tolerant towards vivid ethnicity, or is it the issue of underreporting which has happened? So coming to the first form of discrimination, it is intentional, where we have verbal antagonism, which is the first major step towards creating a hostile space. And next slide, please. So in an interview captured by us, a Northeast girl reported that she, along with two other friends of her from the same region, was bullied in public by government servants at a prestigious campus in Chennai. So the bullies were administrative, research and teaching staff of the institute. They began verbally abusing their targets in English as the harbingers of corona from China. She also mentioned that this incident happened at a time when there was not even a positive case which was reported in Tamil Nadu. We also have another respondent who said that she was verbally abused by a vendor lady from whom she used to regularly buy food. So the vendor explicitly conveyed her inconvenience with the girl coming in to pick up food and started to abuse her verbally. And the vendor also cursed the girl and her community for bringing bad times to the country. Ma'am, can we have the next slide, please? Yes. So in the next stage, verbal antagonism can also turn out to be non-verbal, and it takes the form of segregation when people actively exclude members of a disadvantaged racial group from the allocation of resources and from access to institutions. So we had a respondent with a similar case who said that she was verbally abused in a working women's hostel by the male manager, and there were deliberate efforts to get her out of the hostel because they had a feeling that cohabitation with Northeastern girls may increase the chances of other inmates being vulnerable to COVID-19. So the respondent stated with immense grief that being far away from the native states and with travel connectivity lost for months due to the lockdown, they had no other way of escaping the racist attitudes in the hostel. In the third level, we have statistical discrimination or profiling, which occurs when an individual uses overall beliefs about the group to make decisions about another individual from that group. So similarly, our next respondent, who is a female PG student of a national institute in the outskirts of Chennai, usually commutes using public transport, but had to face the same abuse and bully in transport at several instances, because some of her co-passengers addressed her as Corona and some expressed their discomfort to seat her. She also records that she experienced ill treatment at grocery and vegetable shops. So what is different here is she tried contesting this discrimination by explaining about her nationality, traits, and knowledge of Hindi. However, since she could not manage to speak in Tamil, which is a local language, she believes that whatever she tried to convey has not served the purpose or brought a difference. So there, her efforts to sensitize people about her ethnicity and corresponding factors become a failure. Can we have the next slide, please, ma'am? Yes. So our question is, are all the metros same? So we had certain other respondents from certain other metros such as Bangalore, Delhi, and Pune. I'm not going into the details due to the lack of time, but our conclusion showed that in Delhi, our respondents faced both verbal antagonism plus segregation. And in Pune, there was a case of statistical discrimination. And in Bangalore, there was a very different case where we also found cyberbullying. So, social media is a rampant platform for the same. So the respondent stated that bullies allegedly started abusing her through derogatory comments for her picture on social media. And most of the comments pointed to the notion that you do not belong here, you brought this virus here, you are evil, and you should better go back. So she had to finally delete the post to avoid further troubles. So thus it can be seen that the case of other metros are not very different, and it is reinforcing the intersection of verbal antagonism and segregation, which further leads to statistical discrimination. Can we have the next slide, please? Yes. So while discussing the intersectional challenges faced by Northeastern women, we find that racism and pandemic are visible factors of double marginalization. When gender also comes into this, it becomes triple marginalization. And it is very important to note that women are the primary targets in all these cases. So this takes us back to the age-old notion that they are more vulnerable and easier targets. So the practice of triple marginalization, along with the hardships of battling the pandemic, has only increased the burden of Northeastern women living far away from their native states. Can we have the next slide, please? Yes. So we have certain concepts here which we derive from the theory. So we can find a strong presence of subtle prejudice, and the phenomenon of subtle prejudice has two groups, the in-group and the out-group. So in the current context, the in-group is designated by the mainstream and native people of the metros, while the out-group is the Northeastern community. So unconscious beliefs and associations affect the attitudes and behaviors of the members of the in-group towards members of the out-group. And this also further leads to the emergence of indirect prejudice, which results in the in-group blaming the out-group for a particular catastrophe, which is very evident in this case as the outbreak and spread of the pandemic. So there is also another point which needs to be noted. In some of the cases, more than the outright or logical hatred against the Northeastern community as a whole, it is the mindset of the individuals in mainstream India to retain their purity and racial ethnicity, along with power and hierarchy, which leads to such instances of discrimination. Thus, it can be seen that all the manifestations of indirect and subtle prejudice are more often covert than overt. Can we have the last slide, ma'am? Yes.
The time is up, actually.
Yes, ma'am. We are concluding.
Try to summarize.
Yes, ma'am. Our basic conclusion is that the general response and resilience to racism within states in India has not found a space in the mainstream discussions. So the progress from verbal antagonism to segregation and further to statistical discrimination is a threefold process and intersects at various phases. Verbal antagonism is highly reported. Segregation is reported based on certain spaces and fails to account for overlooking certain other spaces and institutions. Statistical discrimination is generally more or less implicit, but turns out to be explicit during grave times such as the pandemic. we can also see that reporting happens in a staggered manner. But the basic problem lies where India does not have a provision for an anti-racist law yet set. So I think it is high time that we think of legal and practical efforts to develop attitudes and integrate the Northeastern community as a visible and significant part of mainstream India. Thank you. I'm sorry I had to rush in because of the lack of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Svetal. It's a very, very interesting paper, and I wish all of us we could talk more about it, because at a time when the virus has been given a religious color and a racial color, we should have had a lot of time to discuss this paper. Thanks a lot for all your observations. I don't know whether we should forego the discussion, Rakhi.
I may just suggest that there are 3 questions. If people take just 1 minute to answer each of these, it may not be a bad idea. There are 3 questions, Sukhmaya. Yeah, there are 3 questions, and they were pointed. And so we can take 3 minutes for these 3 questions. By the first question, I'll just quickly point out, is financial insecurity among the transgender community has caused livelihood, loss of livelihood, and mental pressures. What's your take on how they are coping with the catastrophic effects of COVID-19, and how do they deal with incessant economic insecurities, also because they are excluded from the mainstream? That is one question. It is obviously directed to the Royal Global University paper, I think. The second question, that is to Costa. The second question is to Nidarshan, which is of course my question, very brief, that in the realm of care, especially in the lockdown, in the confines of home, women spontaneously take over care work, care of the elderly, care of the sick. So can we see this as a facet of the pandemic, another facet, which is not necessarily a downturn, but actually an evidence of women's agency? So this could also be a comment. You don't need to answer this question. Probably it's Nidarshan. And the third question that I have was, Elika, how does this idea of liminality unpack with respect to the varying statuses of Naga women and their intertribal differences? So do you disaggregate the Naga woman's liminality? That was one question I had. And for Shwetal, it is just a comment about the Mongoloid fringe, which continues to persist, the colonial idea of the Mongoloid fringe of Northeast India, which is basically how you look. Okay, Baido, over to you.
It's okay. Shall we have the speakers? Shall we give them 1 minute each?
Yes.
Okay.
1 minute.
Please start. Who will start first? Costa.
Okay. Brief. Sure.
Okay.
So regarding the questions about the financial security, of course, there's no financial security for the transgender people. So question, how they survive? So these transgender people who work on the street and who basically go through that, sex work and all, they form a community. And that form of community, they have a sort of leader or godmother sort of a person. So that person basically keeps some money as for their, like a savings. So majority of them borrowed money from that sort of persons to survive during the lockdown period. But of course, they have to return paying a high amount of interest as a loan. And some of them borrowed, and some stayed, as I said, like typical very minimum amount, like Andhra Pradesh and Kerala, they pay like 1,000 to 1,500 rupees to this identified transgender people to survive during the lockdown. So my observations, my comment is that it is still extremely hurtful for them about the financial hardship. Somehow they manage to survive, and still the data is not available actually. Like what are the other sources? So that is my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Elika Asumi. Anything to say?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. Differences among the tribes is a fact, and tribalism does prevail in our society. And this can be traced to the idea of pure Nagas in the context of the imagined greater Nagaland, but also to Nagas who have intermarried. So in the public spaces, in intertribal relations, disparities, differences, it all continues to remain a domain of discourse dominated by men. Ma'am Mishra referred to the lack of women's participation in the political process in institution, and the same is woefully true for Nagaland. And that being said, there is also a shared sense that develops among women from the different tribal ethnicities in spaces while themselves being problematic and dominated by men offers a sense of a shared space for women. So, for instance, most church denominations suspend concerns around tribal identity, but when it comes to sharing of public resources, hostilities definitely comes to the fore. But you're right, ma'am, when thinking about liminality in relation to class or status in proximity to development issues, tribal affiliation, it often takes precedence in these matters. Thank you.
Lucky, any more?
No, Baido, the last word is yours. Shwetal has.
Shwetal, do you have anything to say to Raki's question?
She has stated that yes, Mongoloid fringe is the subtle prejudice that has existed all over decades and has taken a new form, and there is no escape from it. I think Sudarshan wanted to answer, but you have to be very brief. No, Baido? 30 seconds.
Because we have already crossed the limit.
We've crossed our time, yes.
Yeah, yes, definitely. Thank you so much, ma'am. I just try to complete it within 2 or 3 lines. So as you have talked about, ma'am, how women have been, they are now we can see if you talk about the pandemic and about the women about their job, as you can see, they are responsible to take care of the COVID-19 patients. At the same time, they have to maintain that the COVID-19 patient should not get connected with other things. So in terms of working women, we can see that they leads to burden, professional anxiety, at the same time personal anxiety in terms of everything, and that I think, ma'am, yeah, that's my answer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Sampurna was here. Did she want to say something? Sampurna. She was here just now. Sampurna, yes? Can't hear you.
Yeah. So quickly, I would want to say you talked about food sovereignty. So that is an idea of how the idea of food of a particular country should come from within the traditional food knowledge, and without the corporate knowledge is infringing upon the traditional variety of food. That is what I was talking about, the food sovereignty. And about the non-desire of food that you asked about, is like that is something a little more broadly I need to talk about. I don't think so we have time about for you. So maybe later I'll mail you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure.
Yes, Rakhi.
I think it's always sad when we wrap the panel up in this rushed way, because there are always so many questions that are left to be answered and so many sticking around in your mind, as Fido had also prompted a couple of areas that really needed to be talked about at length. So I think this can carry on beyond the conference and over the last day of the conference, and we can keep sort of writing to each other. But I will want to thank our chair, Professor Tilottama Mishra, for really making those very perceptive observations and for engaging with each of these papers in this brilliant way. But really a great thank you to all the paper presenters. They have all been very varied. Different aspects have come in. We have actually taken a gamut of them. So thank you so much, first of all, to all of you for making that effort. We can carry on. The conversation will go over to the rest of the conference and beyond. May I also very quickly take the opportunity to thank Sukhmaya Lama, Dr. Sukhmaya, for stitching it all together and to make this possible, from KKHSOU to Registrar Professor Arupjyoti Chaudhary for his absent presence in the panel for other duties that prevailed over this one. So thank you very much. Thank you to Ritushmita, who has been very diligently keeping notes and rapporteuring for us. May I quickly ask you to leave this one. You have 15 minutes to the next panel. But before that, the last vote of thanks actually goes to Professor Tilotoma Mishra Baido, who has been very patiently, who has gone through all these abstracts, who has made a very interesting forward to our panel. I found 2, 3 very valuable inputs in your in the forward that you held here, and I'm going to talk to you about it later. I think there were very relevant points that you made that I think should carry on in this course that we've started at IAWS. Thank you, Baido. Thank you all panelists, and thank you everyone participants for being patient here on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Rakhi. A big thank you to you and a big clap for managing everything so well.
To all of us. A clap to all of us. Thank you, Baido. Okay, bye-bye. You may leave. You may leave. Yes.
Sugmaya, hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
As soon as the chair and the guest of honor join, then we can start the session, okay? So
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
let's just wait for a few more minutes. Our chair for the session, Professor Aparna Raipal, has joined. Let's just wait
Okay.
for our guest of honor to join, and then we can start the session.
Okay.
Hello, Samveli. You can hear me?
Hello, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Thank
Yeah,
you,
that's
ma'am,
good.
for.
Sure. Yeah.
Santwana, kindly mute your system from your end. Thank you.
Acha, Sugmaya, so Professor Kalpana is trying to log in, so we'll just wait for a few more minutes.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Mm. Oh, our guest of honor have joined. Good afternoon, ma'am. Hello, Sugmaya.
Yes, yes. Come in, ma'am.
Our guest of honor
Should we
have
begin?
joined. Yes, yes. You
Should we
can go
begin?
ahead. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Then let me start. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and participants present in this session. I, Dr. Sukmaya Lama, faculty at Krishnakanta Hendik State Open University, the host institution for this session, welcome you all. The title of the sub-theme for this session is Citizenship and Migration. The coordinator for the session is Dr. V. Samveli. The guest of honor is Professor Kalpana Sarathi, Deputy Director, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Guwahati. Professor Aparna Rayaprol will grace the session as chair. She is the former head of the Department of Sociology, University of Hyderabad. I take this opportunity on behalf of Krishnakanta Hendik State of Open University to thank Indian Association of Women's Studies for giving us this opportunity to collaborate with some of the most premier higher educational institutions of the region. Finally, wishing you all the best, I now hand over the session to Dr. Samveli.
Thank you, Sugmaya. Thank you for the well introduction. And once again, as a coordinator of the theme, I would like to welcome all of you and thank you for joining our session. As you know, today is the second day of the e-conference organized by IAWS Northeast Region in collaboration with different leading universities and several prominent civil society organizations in Northeast India. I particularly want to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Kalpana Srathi, who has agreed to be the. We are very grateful to Professor Aparna Rao for agreeing to chair this session. Um, to start the session, I just want to say briefly about the focus of this citizenship and migration. Explore the connection between citizenship and migration as inherently gendered, which has become further amplified during the current pandemic as gendered inequalities have become explicit. So through this theme, I would like to explore citizenship and inequalities from gender perspective. Before I begin the formal introduction of our guest of honor, just some of a few logistic that I just wanted to make is that I request all the participants, if you have any questions, you can write in the chat box, and our secretary, Ms. Nikili, will be collecting those questions. And also, you are requested to please mute your microphone while participating. And our secretary, Ms. Nikili, will in keeping the time during presentation. I would like to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Kalpana Sarathi, who is currently Deputy Director at Tata Institute of Social Sciences at its off-campus at Guwahati. She is also Professor in Social Work at the Center for Public Health in School of Social Work, TIS Guwahati. And Professor Sarathi has begun her teaching career at the Department of Social Work, University of Delhi, and later worked for 12 years in Mizoram University. For more than 18 years. And I myself, I come from and she's more Mizo than me in so many aspects. Professor Sarathi has also completed her post-graduation in social work from Madras School of Social Work and completed her MPhil in psychiatric social and completed her doctoral research from the Center of Social Medicine and Community Health at JNU. She has worked as a counselor at a Women Resource Center in NGO at Delhi before taking up a career in academic. She has successfully guided several MPhil and doctoral candidates, both in Mizoram University as well as in TIS. Her research interests are in the areas of health and mental health, HIV, AIDS, and risk behavior. In the last few years, she has been particularly interested in research related to mental health. In addition to publishing several peer-reviewed articles in journals and edited books, she has served and also currently members of several important boards and committees both at the state and national level. It is to give your introduction and to welcome you once again. And now I request you to kindly say a few words and inaugurate our session, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. You need to unmute your mic, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me now? Am I more audible?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you are
Yeah.
audible,
Thank you
ma'am.
so
Yeah.
much, Dr. Somveli and Dr. Sukanya Lama, as well as, very good afternoon to all the very, very important people, including Professor Manoma Sharma and Professor Aparna Rayaprol. Thank you so much for this invitation from the KK Handik University today. The 3-day IAWS Northeast Conference on gender during COVID-19, I think is a wonderful opportunity for us to be here together because it brings experts who are going to be talking on a range of sub-themes. We have already begun these sessions in the last couple of days between yesterday and today. And it's going to be focusing on the impact of the pandemic on education, on health, on livelihoods and citizenship. And I'm so happy that we are having this opportunity to try and understand what scholarship and what civil society institutions are actually thinking about how this pandemic has affected gender. It's a great honor to be here on behalf of the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. It's an institution that I think is not a stranger, not even in the Northeast, because in the Northeast itself, our presence has been here for almost 10 years now, and or even earlier than 10 years, because we started off with a diploma program way back in 2006 itself, and then we started our full-fledged programs in our masters as well as our bachelor's programs a little later. This session on citizenship and migration, and why it is important that we are deliberating these issues from the perspective of gender, is not a case that needs to be overemphasized. It's in fact been understated at many levels. How the TIS itself, the Tata Institute itself, when it began in 1936, it was to address the issues and concerns of the most marginalized and vulnerable populations. It has continually responded through their field action projects and empirical research to the changing social realities. And just for the information of the very, very august audience that's here, the TIS also has a Center for Development Practice and Research, whose priority area includes migration studies, and that is Patna based, and it's an independent center of the TIS. But now coming to the theme itself in a very, very short 1 or 2 minutes, what I would like to do while introducing this whole session is that we are all aware that the current public health crisis has affected disproportionately the most vulnerable and marginalized people. We know that this disproportionate affecting or the differences that it creates makes certain people, particularly migrants, more vulnerable to stigma and discrimination, which is heightened in the context of the public health, not only in terms of the problems that it creates, but also in the recovery response, because people get excluded. Now, within this perspective, if we look at who gets most excluded, even among the vulnerable and other populations, we know that women get even more severely affected. And migration behavior itself, even in any context, I mean, we know that, but particularly in the health environment, it turns the pandemic in a manner that it impacts out migration and return migration variously. We have seen with a very, very sad heart that we have seen how many people have been affected when few hours of notice is given to people to return before the lockdowns had begun. So this is a pandemic like no other pandemic, where people have also looked at the measures that are being advocated as affecting disproportionately certain populations. It's not just the pandemic alone and its consequences, but also the ways in which we have responded or advocated measures. So this is the perspective, I think, within which we are going to be discussing today's topic. And it's both in terms of citizenship as well as migration. When we look at citizenship as a topic of discussion today, we are looking at how even over here we have differential ways of looking at how citizenship is seen. The definition of citizen, if you go back to Kimlicka and Norman in 1994, says that it's not only including the aspects of identity as a member of a political community, but it's also the fulfillment of a set of rights and obligations. And the entire debate about how women and men are divided across public and private and public, when we're saying respectively, spheres of operation. So the differences are accentuated, therefore, as to how women's contribution is even seen in the context of it being more socio-cultural than being socio-economic. And the entire debate of migration and citizenship brings to our mind a sharp focus on women's safety, protection, food security, livelihoods, and all of these concerns. And I think this is where we are hoping that this very important e-conference is able to draw this kind of scholarship, and I really wish the IAWS all the very best, and I hope that we will be able to lead these towards publications, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time and for your encouraging words. Thank you. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our chair for the session today, Professor Aparna Raiprol, who is currently professor at the Department of Sociology, University of Hyderabad, and she was the head of the department from 2014 to 2010. And also, she was the director of the Study in India program from 2009 to 2014. Ma'am areas of academic interest include gender studies, Indian diaspora, qualitative research methods, and urban sociology. Earlier, she was an associate professor in research methodology at TIS Mumbai. She was faculty on the semester at CIFO 2003 voyage, which went around the world, 10 countries, teaching courses in sociology. She completed her PhD from University of Pittsburgh, USA, and she was at Princeton University Center for the Study of American Religion in 1998 to 1999. And SIP, that is Study in Indian Studies, she has been with SIP since its inception in 1998 and has been closely involved with the internationalization of the university. She is involved in several gender sensitization initiatives in the media beyond the academic realm. Professor Aparna has published several peer-reviewed articles in journals and also in online news. Her latest publication includes, which came in April 2020, this is very recent, Ethos of Care Towards Migrants. This article talks about the current pandemic situation and how it impacts migrants, especially women. And in EPWE 2019, she has also published article titled Women Migrants and Social Remittance. Professor Aparna is the author of Negotiating Identities, Women in the Indian Diaspora, Oxford University Press 1997, which is highly cited by scholars, researchers, and academicians. This book talks about a description of women's life and explores how existing gender relations are sustained as well as transformed. The analysis highlights issues such as gender, ethnicity, religion, and class in an immigrant context. Currently, she is also a reviewer for manuscripts for Oxford University Press, Sage Publication, and Orient Black Swan. She has served on the Indian Council of Social Science Research Committees and has also been on selection committee for the Fulbright Board and several educational institutions. And I would like to mention also that she is no stranger to Northeast area and issues, as she has successfully supervised both MPhil and PhD scholars from Northeast India, as well as those who are currently working in that area. So it is my honor and privilege to have you with us, ma'am, today. And now I hand over the time to you.
Thank you, Samveli, for that rather elaborate introduction. I am very happy to be here. A little unhappy that I'm not there in person, as I'm sure are all of us. because I never say no to an opportunity to visit the beautiful northeast of India. Good afternoon to Professor Sardi and Professor Sharma and all the other presenters and participants in this session. I'm happy to be part of this Northeast IAWS. As Samveli says, my experience with the Northeast has primarily been through supervising many students like herself, Mizoram, Nagaland, Manipur. So my students, of course, Assam, and then it stretches down further east, as in Bengal and Orissa as well. So I think my students seem to be, I seem to be attracting students from these regions, and it's rather beautiful to do that. In terms of citizenship and migration, I'd only make some opening remarks, but I will reserve most of my comments for after the presentation of the papers, I presume. I guess that's how it's being done. But I would like to make a few introductory remarks, and that is, something that I wanted to say in this context is, when we are talking about vulnerabilities, what is the kind of vulnerability we are talking about? Whether it is gender, the tribal identity, community, class, and of course, in this context of COVID-19, how does, the entire burden come on to the female migrant in a rather complex way. So I think we need to understand the complexities of migration and the ideas of othering and the citizenship, especially in northeastern India. And I think this idea of, othering and citizen, who are you, who are they, and how do we really look at the us and the them, is something that we need to understand. So in order to do that, I also would like to say that the way that I have seen the Indian Association of Women's Studies progress over the last several years, with the focus first on women, and then later it is research that was about women, and then it is about gender, and we bring in masculinities as well. So what are the vulnerable masculinities that we are talking about? That becomes a very, very important question to flag off as well. So I think I will, as I said, reserve most of my comments for later. So shall we begin the presentation, Samveli? Shall we do that right now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So may I call upon the first set of presenters, Asha Sharma and Smriti Gogoi from the Department of Women's Studies, Gauhati University, to please start your presentation.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not visible.
Okay.
Can we also see you, if that's okay?
Yes, ma'am. Is it okay now?
Yeah. Because it's kind of, everyone has blank screens. It's not, yeah, great. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Respected chair, coordinator, and the organizing team, and the participants. Our presentation is on the topic gendered citizenship in Northeast India. The silences of migrant women in Assam during the time of COVID-19. So next slide. Thank you. In the introduction, I would like to say that the paper will try to focus on the nature of citizenship in relation to women before and during pandemic. And also it will try to bring out the scenario of migrant women of Assam during COVID-19. Now the major our paper is focusing on 4 major aspects: that is citizenship and women, migration and women, and issues related to migration and citizenship before and during pandemic, in special reference to migrant women of Assam. Next slide. Okay, thank you. As we know that citizenship is to be defined as a concept which encompasses numerous perspectives. Citizenship is accordingly has always been a cluster of privileged relationship between states and individuals residing in the territory they govern and among individuals belonging to the same political community. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. Now, when you talk about women and citizenship, the rights that are conferred to individuals as citizens are not uniform. Hence, there is the concept of gendered citizenship came within the feminist discourse. Accordingly, the feminist citizenship theories, they face questions with duality. Their question is whether the concept of citizenship originally predicted on the very exclusion of women that reformulated so appears satisfactorily to include them and not simply amend them. While doing this, whether it grants women with the different identities that they hold. Thus, is the idea of women-friendly citizenship is contradictory because citizenship is inherently women-unfriendly and exclusionary, and the idea of the category of woman is a reflection of false universalism and that of traditional construction of citizenship. Now again, some of other feminists, they say that women are regarded as second-class citizens in most of the Western democracies. Western democracies which have been argued by some of the feminists. It's not only that women face discriminations while enjoying full rights which are included within the ambit of citizenship, but also the nature, characteristics, attributes, etc. that require to be a full member of a political community are derived from the beliefs, values, attributes, or privileges that privileges male and excludes the women section. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Now, migration and women. As it is understood that migration is a natural phenomenon comprising of numerous reasons. Migration can take place due to economic crisis, due to educational opportunities from moving from one place to another place in search of employment, or minority or indigenous crisis, or maybe natural calamities. Now, in the process of migration too, we found that though both men and women migrate, women are seen to be more vulnerable position than men. Even in most cases, women are doubly oppressed, first being a worker and second being a woman. As it has been discussed in regard to the concept of citizenship, which appears to be neutral, but in reality, it does not have a uniform distribution. Similarly, in the process of migration too, though both men and women migrate, women are seen to be in more vulnerable position than men. Even in most cases, women are doubly oppressed. Now, if we see historically, we have instances of class and caste playing a dynamic role in defining one's nature of work. For instance, the operation of Dalit as a community. While describing this, we must take into account the double operation of Dalit women. Thus, we have seen gender also has a role along with caste and class to play in it. Next slide. Thank you. Now, considering the fact of migration in Northeast, we have seen that it is quite invisible in the national scenario, as it is evident in fact that issues pertaining to Northeastern region has always been neglected and unspoken. Our paper is particularly on this aspect of looking into the condition of women who have migrated and also affected by the recent development of Citizenship Amendment Act, how it has been affected their position. Now, in northeastern states, especially in Assam, it is known that there is the huge influx of migrants from Bangladesh, and the recent heated discourse like NRC, National Register of Citizens, and CA, Citizenship Amendment Act, shows the real picture of it. Now, in Assam, the tea planters, which may be defined as the labor, are nothing. They form a huge portion of labor, but are nothing but only a form of migration which took place during the British reign. It is argued that the macro picture of the composition of male and female migrant workers indicates that the pattern of labor migration is actually aggravating gender biases. Next slide, please. Now, the Citizenship Amendment Act is actually meant to protect its citizens from exclusion in the NRC list and would grant Indian citizenship on the proof established by those documents. In this respect, women are the margin of margin, as they have been excluded from the civic rights since time immemorial. Now, during the time of COVID-19 pandemic, the migrant workers are the worst sufferers in Assam, especially female workers. According to UN Women, the impacts and implications of COVID-19 are different for men and women and may create gender inequalities for people who are in vulnerable positions, such as migrants. Mobility and travel restrictions are the conditions of migrant women. Their source of income has stopped as most of them work in the informal sector. Most of them are construction workers as well as domestic workers, and now for the present situation they are not able to join their particular work, which leads to the possibility of increasing domestic violence at home by their husbands. At homes they have to take care of their children and the family members. From reproductive point of view also, the migrant women who are pregnant are not taken enough care in health services too. They are simply neglected because of their status in the society. Now, it is noteworthy to mention here that the recent flood occurrence in Assam is another crisis-driven situation for migrant workers, which can be defined as pandemic within pandemic. For them, because it increases their living condition into more deteriorated one. Now, when you're talking about the migrant women of Assam,
Asha, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Now, if we talk about the migrant women of Assam who are residing outside Assam for various works, either in service industry, in cities, as sales girls or as beauticians or as waitresses, who work on a daily wages are equally stressed. They have no income, no money to pay their rent and no transport to return their home. Northeastern women mostly face racial and religious discrimination and vulnerable to sexual violence. They have been targeted in various cities for their looks and appearance. Now, recently, we have seen that numerous deplorable incidents of women being spat upon, even assaulted and called corona because of their looks. Next slide. Now, the conclusion, the above discussion on citizenship and migration challenged the common assumption of feminization of labor on the basis of categories of citizens. Now, women have always been fall in the category of second-class citizens and the less privileged compared to their counterparts. Secondly, the migrant women in Assam were in the position because they feel insecurity of citizenship before the pandemic due to the implementation of Citizenship Amendment Act, and the emergence of COVID-19 has increased the tensions of those women. And thirdly, likewise, the Assamese women who are outside in various cities for their livelihood, they are being treated as non-class citizens of the country. Hence, in case of migration, gender always plays an important role in determining one's position in the society. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Can hear you,
Hello.
but not visible.
No, but my video is on, Samveli.
Okay, now we can see you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe it moved. My video has been on throughout, just in the middle, I think. All right. So, thank you for keeping time. I think, Asha, that was useful. And what I'm going to do is have all of you present, and then we'll get back with the comments and questions. Is that all right?
Okay, ma'am. It's okay.
Samveli, did you want us to discuss her paper right away?
No. It's okay, ma'am.
Yeah,
Whatever
because I thought that way we'll be able to have a good discussion and we won't lose people.
Yes.
Yeah, that's important as well. So we move on now to Nilakshi Talukdar, who's a PhD research scholar in political science at Gauhati University. Are you there, Nilakshi?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I can't see you.
Ma'am, now is it visible?
No.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you. Samveli, you can see her?
Can you see me?
You're not visible. No,
No.
we can't see you.
Our visuals are off actually.
Yeah, I think you need to turn your video on.
It is on.
But we can't see you.
Now is it visible? Hello?
Still no. Yeah, no.
Not yet. Not yet.
So, yeah.
Am I
We can, no. Your video
Ma'am, am
seems
I
to be
visible?
off. Not yet.
It is on only.
Okay, go ahead, begin. Nilakshi, why don't you begin? We can hear you well.
Can you see my slide?
No, we
Can you
can't.
see my slides, ma'am?
No, we cannot.
It is because of internet connectivity. It is
Are you
because
sharing the
internet
screen?
connectivity. May I see? Yeah, I have already shared my screen. I already my screen is also on, but due to internet connectivity, it's not showing there. I think. Can I present? Hello, ma'am. Can I present?
Sorry?
Kindly use the present now button. Nilakshi, you need to press the present now button while you are sharing your slides.
You're supposed to say present now. Nilakshi? Shall we move on? You're supposed to say.
Here it is showing.
Okay, why don't we do one thing? We'll move over to the next presenter. And in the meanwhile, we'll figure out, you can share your slides with somebody or someone else and they will help you present, okay? Is Rituja Barua there?
Okay, ma'am, okay.
Is
You
Rituja
can
Barua there?
send your.
Yes, ma'am. Rituja, where are you? Yes, please. Yeah, Ritu. So, welcome. Rituja is a research scholar at the Center for International Politics at the Jawaharlal Nehru University. Yes, over to you. Please go ahead and we'll come back to Nilakshi in a bit. Oh. Okay, Ritu, then I think we'll let Nilakshi go ahead. Nilakshi, are you there? Ritu, do you have a presentation?
I have a presentation.
Okay, Nilakshi, are you ready? Nilakshi, I think you need to wait and we will ask Ritu to go ahead and you come back after that, all right?
Okay, ma'am, no issues.
Yeah, so Ritu, please share your slides then.
Can I please ask the organizer to
Nilakshi, please stop presenting. Please stop presenting, Nilakshi.
You stop presenting and they will present for you.
Can I please request the organizer to share my PPT?
Yeah, and Nilakshi, please stop presenting. Yes, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. You begin now. Let the presentation load and you begin, Ritu.
So a very good afternoon to Dr. Aparna Raiprol and all the other esteemed members of this discussion. I'm Rituja Barwa. I'm currently pursuing my PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University. And the title of the paper that I'll be presenting today is Cost of Marginalized Citizenship, a Gendered Lens. So I would like to begin by stating what has become obvious in this pandemic is that the fault lines of our societies has been laid bare by this pandemic. The divisions in our public lives and the social cleavages that have marginalized so many based on class, race, caste or gender across time and space has been most definitely exposed. When we look at India's own dealing with this pandemic, we see that the pandemic has revealed many of Indian society's dark realities. We see obviously the most obvious one, the crisis of migrants and their inaccessibility to dignified lives and even access to the most primary health care, communal and casteist divides, um, the vulnerability of our economy and the racial and gender inequalities that has in some sense brought out the pastoral elements of this great civilization. So what I seek to do through this presentation and through my paper is to address the gaps in the distribution of justice to the people of Northeast and especially its women during this ongoing pandemic and understand how the concept of a skewed citizenship has played a big role in this. Can I have the next slide, please? When we look at instances close to home, we see that Indian citizens from the northeastern states, such as Manipur, Nagaland, Meghalaya, amongst of course the other seven sister states, have always been victims of some or the other form of racial slurs and inappropriate behavior. But this has intensified in the recent times. And more recently, the labeling of coronavirus as quote unquote Chinese virus has meant a discriminatory attitude not just towards the Chinese people, but Orientals across the country. There have been instances and personal instances that I know of from Delhi, and of course, I'm sure in most other metropolitan cities, where women have been called coronavirus. And when we go deeper into the issue, we see that such racializations are, of course, not novel occurrences, but rather it's a manifestation of historic marginalization that has been happening over the decades. So it becomes imperative in this context to explore a brief history of the Indian state's nexus with the Northeast and the emergence of such undertones, which I will be doing in the next slide. The next slide, please. When we look into the nexus of the Northeast, between the Northeast and the Indian state, we see that there has been some kind of othering that the Northeast has been subjected to, and that has continued till the contemporary moment. And this has mostly got to do with the site of a continued and protracted armed conflict with scattered peace talks and ceasefire agreements between the Indian state and the northeastern rebel groups demanding sovereignty and independence from India. Uh, so Along with this, the Indian state's military response to the various armed movements in the form of counter-insurgency military operation also builds on a cultural nationalist argument that portrays the people of Northeast as incomplete citizens and constitutes the region as an anti-state region. This has then obviously led to the resulting of northeastern migrants in Indian metropolitan cities being at the receiving end of racist and sexist violence. So there is a skewed perception of citizenship, and this has led to a particular kind of treatment towards the people of the Northeast. And the onslaught of COVID-19 has only heightened this trend, especially for women. So when we look at the marginalization that women face, women from Northeast, we see that the marginalization takes place at two levels. Firstly, by virtue of them being a woman, and secondly, for them being considered as lesser Indian or worse as an unwanted Indian. So while women everywhere have been facing difficult times because of the current pandemic, be it being victims of domestic abuse or mm, uh, by virtue of their mental health being compromised, their savings or livelihoods being impacted, or even the lack of acknowledgement of informal women labor during this time. The extent of marginalization seems to have been magnified for women who are carrying the identity of a Northeastern. And this is happening both within and outside the Northeast. So moving to the next slide. The next slide. we see that the gendered experiences become sharpest at the intersections of class, caste, tribes, alternative sexualities, professions, urban rural dichotomies, and this points out how the notion of the outsider and migrant refugees, non citizens in segregated spaces are reinforced as exclusionary categories. So, the everyday experiences of Northeastern women best demonstrate this fact. And now there have been multitude of cases where individuals from Northeast have been targets of racial slurs and abuses. Cases where women hailing from Nagaland were asked to vacate their rented houses, something that a presenter earlier had also mentioned. They were asked to vacate their rented house. Two women being denied treatment at hospital for non-coronavirus related problems at first, and then subsequently detained in a hospital under the suspicion of being a virus carrier, to even people from Nagaland, women from Nagaland being denied entry into a grocery store after being accused as foreigners. And there are probably many more other cases that have most surely gone unreported as well. So, in an interview with a certain news outlet, a prominent lawyer and activist by the name Alena Golme, who also runs the Northeast Support Center and Helpline in Delhi, points out that when it comes to racial abuse, both men and women are faced with it. But women are more vulnerable because perpetrators feel that they can get away with it without getting into a fight. And of all the calls that she receives and complaints that she receives, about 60% of them have come from Northeastern women. Moving on to the next slide. The next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So here I have tried to address the problems in a very brief manner owing to paucity of time. Problems that have been a barrier in resolving the problem of racism that we face across the country. One of the primary impediments in tackling such injustice probably is the lack of appropriate legal measures in the Indian Penal Code. India is, of course, a signatory of the International Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, but it doesn't have any law specific to racism. So the police officers on ground are more often unaware of what section of the IPC can be used to file complaints against racial slurs. And like I said, there is no section of law that specifically addresses the racist remarks. And usually for women, such complaints are filed under Section 509, which is word, gesture, or act intended to insult the modesty of a woman. But Section 509 is not a non-bailable offense, and hence perpetrators easily avoid major legal consequences and get off easily. There have been committees like right after the Nido Tanya incident, the Home Ministry and the Northeastern Council had set up a committee called the Bes Borua Committee to suggest legal steps to combat racism. Of the five main measures that the committee had recommended, the most important one probably was suggesting the existence of a clear, stringent law that makes such acts and incidents punishable. But then again, nothing concrete has been done in this regard, and the lacuna in this pair continues. The next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. The conclusion. Yeah. So I move on to the last part of my presentation where I look at measures that can be likely taken to resolve this issue. And here, when one goes into a deep study of the problems and the impediments in resolving the problem, one understands that region-based answers to these problems of marginalization probably will never be adequate. So this paper, this presentation calls for developing a framework of relational feminism that goes beyond a mere description of discrete regions and cultures and questions the very composition of women. On another front, I would also emphasize the need to resolve the problem at the structural level, because the problem today is probably more structural than personal. And to show this, I take the example of a prominent scholar called Gilbert G, who uses a metaphor of an iceberg to explain the different levels at which racism operates. So the tip of the iceberg represents the hate crimes and the other overt acts of racial bias. But the base of the iceberg is the most important one because it represents the covert or the subtle, symbolic, and the mundane types of discrimination, which
Ritu,
are.
you have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm just summing up. So, explaining the discrimination iceberg, G and Ford warn that the base of the iceberg is more hazardous than the tip of the iceberg. So, what lies below the surface determines the direction and the velocity of the iceberg, and when unrecognized, it can cause catastrophe. So this is probably the most important point, according to me, in resolving the problem of racism, that we deal with it at a more structural level than just the overt level. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritu. And I think we'll come back to the issue of intersectionality and racism in a much more central way once all the presenters are done. I hope Nilakshi is ready with her PowerPoint now. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Nilakshi, we can see you now. Yes, Nilakshi, we can see you. Can you share your screen?
Yes, I have shared already, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yeah, so start presenting.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic which I am going to present is 19 and its impact on women in India.
Well, if your connection is bad, we cannot see your screen, so maybe turn off your video, present and go ahead. If your presentation is not happening, just speak, Nilakshi.
Ma'am, now is it visible? Ma'am, actually my internet connectivity is not working properly. So can I
it's
start
loading.
speaking?
It's loading. So why don't you just start speaking and let it load?
Okay,
we can see
so,
it loading. Yes.
Okay,
Start speaking. Make your presentation. Don't worry about
migrants, as we generally are the backbone of thriving economies, and internally, movement of people from one state to another is a common phenomenon for various purposes due to porous border. But what I have felt that migration is gendered. It is because women are excluded from the policies of migration. But in Northeast India, as compared to other parts of Indian states, women have been enjoying a higher position and roles since ages. For example, Meghalaya is a matrilineal society. The objectives of my paper is, the first, it tries to look at the visibility and invisibility of women migrant workers in the Northeast India during COVID-19. And secondly, the additional problems we have faced during this pandemic. For example, lack of sanitation, public health, overburden at home, childcare and caring, etc. Then my research questions are, why women migrants are often marginalized and overlooked from the policy initiative. Secondly, why there is a lack of adequate registration of interstate women workers. It is the responsibility of the state to keep a record of the women migrant workers. For that purpose, I have studied laws, labor laws in India. Before coming to the labor laws, in the Constitution of India, in fundamental rights and in directive principles, there are certain provisions for labor laws. For example, in the very article of 14, it postulates that equality before law and equal protection of laws. In 15 Article 15A, 1. It is written that the state shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds only of religion, race, caste, and sex. And also in Article 16, it is written that there should be equality of opportunity in terms of public employment. While coming to the directive principles of the state policy, in Article 38(2), it is the duty of the state to minimize the inequalities of income. And in 39(b), it is written equal pay for equal work. Moreover, the directive principle of the state policy also talks about creation of the human condition work and the then comes in the post-independent period, that have been come up to deal with the labor. The first one was the Paris Act of 1940. That determined the time period in 48 hours for workers to work. And then after that, the Contract Labor Regulation and Abolition Act came up. That is in 1917. That act has abolished the system of bonded labor system that was earlier prevalent in India. Then one of the most important acts that have been come up is the Equal Remuneration Act in 1976. This Equal Remuneration Act talks about the women migration, and it is the duty of the employer to pay equal rates for both male and female workers for the similar or same work. They should not be discriminated on the basis of the sex. But if we look at the data on Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation in 2016 and 17, there it is written that for casual labor, a male worker, he has earned from rupees 314 to 335, whereas a female worker, she only earns rupees 186 to 2001. So there is a huge gap in terms of their payment. Then next is Interstate Migrant Workmen Regulation of Employment and Conditions of Service Act 1979 came up. That act is considered as the watershed in terms of interstate migration, that has paved the way for interstate migration in India. But despite that, that act also did not take up the issues of women. Then the recent one, the Unorganized Workers Social Security Act came up in 2008. That act has established a National Security Board to look at the social security schemes such as life and disability cover, health and maternity benefits, old age protection, etc. But despite having those acts and articles, women in Northeast India are not under the social security scheme. It is proved by the spitting on women in Delhi, calling her Corona. This proves the vulnerability of women in Northeast India during this pandemic. Then I come to the visibility and invisibility of women migrants in Northeast India. So I have tried to raise their issues in 6 different ways. That is from social perspective, economic, electoral, statistical, legal, and invisible in policy making process. So at first, socially, women migrants are invisible due to their caste, class, and gender in society. Because women have already accepted their subordinate position as the accepted norm. Women working in the manual labor works, such as in the stone quarries, factories, and other construction works, but at night, even after working hours, they need to work at home for cooking and child rearing and caring. This is why they are socially invisible. Their needs and aspirations are neglected by the family members. Then secondly, they are economically also invisible. Because on the economic ground, the COVID-19 has posed a huge burden on women. As they have already get much lower payment in the working conditions, and now they have no work, no wage, and therefore no livelihood. Moreover, their works are less paid, and many a times they are the victim of family or domestic violence. Then electorally, electoral politics is based on the mandate of its citizens. So migrants generally don't come under the preview of that mandate. Hence, in electoral politics, they remain invisible. And generally, moving imposes huge financial burden and psychological burden on women, and therefore they do not want to cross the border only for voting. Therefore, in the election manifesto of political parties, issues of women or migrant women are rarely raised. Then in terms of statistics, they are also invisible. Why? Because India doesn't have a proper data on interstate migration. It is not only that during COVID-19, it is
Milakshi,
there is a
you
lack
have
of
2
data
minutes
collection.
left.
Okay. Then it is because of a lack of concrete institutional policy mechanism towards recording data. And then they are also legally invisible. Why legally invisible? Because there is one important act, that is Equal Remuneration Act, has been implemented. But in practice, it is not implemented. This is why they are legally invisible. The policy making process also, in there is no such policies in terms of men. Though the government has tried to provide food to the BPL families. So at last, I have come up with 3 different way forward mechanisms. That is the collaborative governance. These are often emerging public governance paradigm. It allows us to understand the capacity of the modern state in managing crisis and coming up with better solution, as it is a crisis of the modern state. So this system would be successful only when it combines democratic legitimacy with governmental capacity. Then we would be needing the technological expertise. In this globalized world, technology has reached a certain position where everything has been digitalized. In policymaking process also, technological expertise is needed for the safeguard of better humankind. And then the last, most important one, the reduced knowledge deficit. A good policymaking process involves adequate knowledge of that particular area combined with proper data for better analysis. In Northeast India, the basic problem lies in the knowledge system, because policies should be formulated keeping in mind the existing context of the problem. There is a need to link the aspirations of the current society with the policy making strategy. This link helps in formulating an adequate policy. In terms of women or migrant workers, yes.
Oh, yeah, time
Hello?
is up. May I kindly request you to wrap it up?
I'm just summing up. In terms of women migrant workers, utilization of concrete policy design would facilitate their life with better outcome and accountability opportunity. Therefore, I highly suggested to come up with adequate policy measures for women. And thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Nilakshi. As I said, we'll come back to this. You have raised some very fascinating things about the connections between technology and work, and I think that is absolutely imperative for what's going on, but we'll get back to that discussion. Our next presenters are Dr. Pandey and Dr. Anand Pratap Singh, Santwana Pandey and Anand Pratap Singh from Guru Ghasidas Central University in Bilaspur. Are both of you here?
Yes, ma'am. I'm presenting here, ma'am.
Yeah, Santwana, please.
Santwana Pan. Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Very good afternoon to all
the
members who have joined here. And first of all, I would convey my sincere thanks to the whole organizing committee who has given me an opportunity to share my views here. May I present my screen share? Present screen. Why it is not showing, ma'am? It is not showing the presentation actually.
I think
Hello.
you should
It is
just
not
say
showing
start
the.
presenting. Just say start
Okay.
presenting.
I
Present
have
now,
put
I
on.
think it says.
Yeah, present screen is there, but it is not presenting actually.
Antuna, do you want us to present your slides or are you going to present it yourself?
Ma'am, if it would be better if you present on your side.
Yeah, so why don't you start speaking and then she will present?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay,
Yeah?
okay, ma'am.
If you have
Yes, yes,
shared
yes.
it already,
Definitely.
I suggest you go
Yeah,
ahead and
already
start
shared.
speaking. Yeah, please,
Oh,
go
already
ahead.
shared, ma'am. Already shared. Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. So, my topic is pandemic and women migrant laborers, a study of Chhattisgarh, a tribal state, and Assam. Actually, after choosing this topic particularly, I was just thinking that there is no defined study on the female migrant laborers has been done till now. So I was just trying to understand what are the pros and cons and of these ladies or of these female laborers. And moreover, the situation of COVID has also exaggerated their problems as they were not limited earlier. So first of all, I just like to convey the situation of pandemic and the situation of female migrant laborers as well. What are the processes and outcomes and problems which are associated with the migration of women workers from Chhattisgarh?
Can I
Yes,
intervene
yes,
here? We are not able
yes,
to
yes, yes.
see your presentation slide.
Okay, ma'am, it is
Kindly just check
already
in.
sent to you.
Yeah, we can see them
Okay,
now.
fine then. Fine, fine,
Yeah,
fine.
go ahead. Go ahead, I can see it. Who's presenting the slides? Santwana or Samveli, who's presenting them?
No, no, ma'am. The IT cell will be doing it. We have started already. It's showing on the screen.
Yeah, so Santwana, please go ahead and speak. Have we lost her?
I don't think so. Hello?
Santwana?
Is she disconnected or what?
Ma'am, I am connected.
Okay. Santwana, please go ahead with the
Yes,
presentation.
yes, yes. Okay, 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 ma'am. Okay, I'm audible? Am
You're
I
very
audible?
audible. Please go ahead.
Yes,
Don't
yes.
bother
Okay,
about
okay.
what's happening there and go ahead.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay, ma'am. So what are the processes, basically outcomes and problems which are basically associated with the migration of women workers? And we have taken the issue of Chhattisgarh, a tribal state, and Northeast as well. So already they were very much in a bad situation, or we can say they were all engaged in the unorganized sector. So when the pandemic came, it also exaggerated their problems, or we can say the situation which was already bad, dilapidated, and now it has again taken a new, we can say, step. And in the Northeast India, we can see that the phenomena of interstate and international migration both happens, but that is not the situation in Chhattisgarh. Here we see that there is a huge amount of interstate migration, not the international one. Then the second situation is Chhattisgarh is surrounded with the 6 other states by boundaries. So we see that there is a great increase of migration and in other states also. So what happens that there are various reasons, or we can say there are different causes for the migration, in which I have already given in the slide as well. And the highest is because of the marriage, as we can see, and not only marriage, but with the household also. Means when the ladies go with their husbands to work, whether they are working in the brick fields and in other sectors, and most of them they work in the domestic house help also. So what happens that they get totally disconnected from their family, and the situation is more bad because wherever they go, whether they work as a domestic help or in brick fields or in other places, hotel, restaurants, the situation that also is extremely beyond imagination, because first of all they are not in their home, and second problem is that they are not treated as human being itself, and moreover the responsibility of their child and other domestic work of their own, it is also an exaggerated aspect. So whatever happens in which we see that the less, or we can say lowest margin is of for business purpose, and the highest is of marriage, and we can say not only marriage but they move for the household as well. Okay, then we come to the next slide, that is the number, or we can say we have given the data in which male and female both they migrate, and interstate and intrastate, where we see that female have the highest number 8.94, and according to the rate of destination wise, if we see that in from urban area or from rural area, we see that urban area, we see female are maximum 590 is the data that as data says according to the census of 2011, or here it is also exaggerated while in the coming years. So 590 is a big number when it comes to the female who live in the urban areas and they migrate to the other state. Then we come to the next one, that is the, in this slide I have shown that the districts, what are the districts in which migration happens at the highest. There is, we can see Dantewada, Bastar, and then Dhamtari state also, Kanker, Bilaspur. So I have highlighted those districts from where the migration is done and at the highest rate. And in this, female are the worst hit, we can say, female not only but their children as well. Then we come to the second part, or we can say Northeast regarding Northeast, that because of the lack of educational infrastructure and other factors, this education is a very big challenge over there, which is followed by the less employment opportunities, and the people migrate, and not only male but the female, they are also worst hit here as well because of the lack of educational opportunities and employment opportunities as well. So it happens in the Northeast region, in the whole Northeast region. Then the second the point that comes, that is the social political interest. Means somewhere in the Northeast area, the social harmony is not maintained by the different communities, and the people who have come from the international borders, they have crossed the international borders, and they have come and living in the Northeast region, in the whole Northeast region, especially in the Assam, and they create just divisions within the society. So communal conflict happens, heterogeneous societies and heterogeneous communities are there. That is why it becomes very much difficult for the people to live in a social harmony, and because of these socio-political conflict, it happens that the people move to the other states, and they think that it would be better if we go to the other state for our livelihood purpose. And moreover, the problem comes when the government, when the state government or the central government, they created some camps to live for the migrants. What happened over there, that the female were there was a pregnancy, there was conceiving, there was the production of children as well. So there was a huge growth rate of the population in this region due to migration happened because of the rehabilitation, or we can say because of the accommodation of these migrant people from the international boundaries. Moreover, what happens that Nepal, Bhutan and Bangladesh, they are the major nations from where the people come as migrants, as refugees. They live in the Northeast region and they create problems, or we can say in other words, they create the communal distractions, social distractions within the people who are the native people over there. So it happens because of the cultural conflict, because of the differences of their opinion. Then the next issue that comes, that employment migration in the case of unemployment, that also we see that here male and female both are affected equally, but here the question is that female. Actually what happened, that the state governments have not issued, or we can say there is no defined data on the female migrant laborers who come, and they are included with the male itself. They are not separately identified, they are not separately addressed to handle all such problems. In Arunachal Pradesh, we can see that it is highest 52.07, and what happens that females, they come and migrate, but problem is that unemployment rate is very high among the female migrant laborers. So and then when we go to the next slide, we are having the problem in Assam as well. I took the Northeast because it was an overall phenomena, and then what happens that when we particularly talk about the Assam, what happens that it is totally an open door. Yes. Okay, ma'am. Yes, I'm just trying to wind up. Bangladeshi people, they easily come, and what happens that it is an open door for the Bangladesh. And what happens that 92 kilometer is the riverine area, which is has the overall open entry for the people. Assam has also 262-kilometer border, which is also is a very we can say porous borders they have, and that is why the people easily come and migrate to the our country. What happens then? The movement is very much high rate, but the government, state government, or we can say the central government, they have taken so many legislation, but what is happening that it is not being implemented as per the requirement. So what happens that from Bangladesh we can see that 70 million people constitute 60% of the population. They are below the poverty line. That is why they seek employment option, they seek employment opportunities, male and female both, and female are more in comparison to male. So it happens in these areas. Then one important, very important issue that has been discussed, that is of illegal migrants. I will not go in detail because of the positive time, but I will simply note down here that Rohingyas, the issue of Rohingyas, more than 40,000 Rohingyas, illegal migrants, they came to India from the northeast itself. Then what happened that the Bangladesh is the largest nation, just I also discussed earlier, and after that the Pakistan, the nation of Pakistan comes, which has the highest number of migrants who come to who come from the international boundaries to the northeast region. And then what happened at the level of a government, that not a single census report has been carried out to determine the exact number of the illegal migrants. Means what happens that this phenomena is here in our nation, but there is no exact figures or facts which clearly explain the number and situation of the illegal migrants. Yes. Oh, okay, ma'am. Ma'am, but last 2 points I just wanted to share, that the initiatives which has been taken by the state government of Chhattisgarh, which has taken 30,000 workers registered, and declaration and manufacturing of their cards also, 6 to 8 destinations they have covered, and helpline number, mobile apps, they all have been created. Now the situation of COVID, there is also a very we can say economically and socially and physically and medically, in each and every case we see that the situation of COVID has accelerated their problems. Then the recommendations on my part is that the registration of birth and death should be clearly maintained. Border fencing is an important aspect. Then the NRC, the National Register for Citizens, that should be also maintained with each and every migrant labor recorded for future references. Their details and their registration is mandatory. And the closing remarks, I would like to say that the illegal migrants should be allowed right to appeal, and foreign tribunals should be set up under the Foreigners Act. And these, I simply want to share these photos in which we can see that females having their children, these are the lives too, as I have written. And the last one, I would say that good politics for the source state and good economics for the destination state. Migrant workers need effective support from the government itself. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Santwana. I think you have tried to give us a broad bird's eye view of kind of the issues that are there. Now, we'll move to the next paper. Dr. Samita Barua from the Northeastern Hill University. Samita, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, quite audible.
Okay.
And visible also, I presume.
Okay.
Yes, that's you. Okay, I can't see your name, but yeah. Okay, yeah. Confined citizenship. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much to the panel and all the people involved in this, especially Dr. Somvalley, for inspiring and literally making me write this. Well, I begin with the confinement. And that is the confinement that all of us are, I think, struggling right now. And that is the reason my paper is titled as Confined Citizenship. Citizenship debates have echoed in the streets of India during the pre-pandemic times in a very substantive manner. Can I please have the next slide? And I'm starting with the pre-pandemic times. So women particularly were not confined to the private sphere, but they occupied the streets and public spaces. I have witnessed this both in Shaheen Bagh as well as in Guwahati University, as well as on the streets of Guwahati, in the Lota Hill playground, as well as in many, many places in the northeast of India. Citizenship rights were extended to specific neighboring countries on religious grounds, while many citizens within India felt threatened if their names and numbers went missing from the National Register of Citizens record. I think this was a extremely traumatic experience that people have gone through. I've met families, people whose names, the spouses' names are, some of them are missing, some of them are there, and the struggle that they have to go through, again, standing in long queues, and the kind of work that goes into the whole process. Can I get the next slide, please? In this regard, the pandemic has hit. Citizenship till the pandemic started was meant to be based on birth credentials, voting rights, enslavement to a patriarchal social system which determined the fate of non-male categories of people. Feminist critique of political exclusion of women in citizenship debates has been a valid and consistent concern. Women's role in political decision-making has been limited to family, clan, or community-based voting if they manage to find a valid ID proof to cast their votes. I myself being denied that voting ID, which is why no votes since last 2 terms. Next slide, please. Constitutional safeguards are there in India, which ensures citizenship by virtue of birth and by virtue of being in the country for more than 5 years, and also by virtue of your parents being a citizen of this country. Now, these are very important contexts to set on the basis of equality, justice, social and political dignity of every lawful citizen. Can I have the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Yeah, so in the context of confinement of COVID-19, citizenship was a norm in border towns. I was myself a border town migrant worker in Garo Hills, where there are a lot of, in those areas also, this has been a big debate, and across the borders, there are many detention camps where set up, where people have to depend on the stamps and seals of the papers that they carry with them. This has been a constant experience. Next slide, please. And confinement obviously was a very huge context during the pandemic. So hence the objectives of this paper lied on intersectional realities of gender diverse identities within the idea of citizenship, and why confined identities are better equipped to deal with citizenship debates, and to address the concerns of social work practice. That's the primary discipline that I belong to, within the realm of gender-based citizenship agendas. Next slide, please. In this context, I begin with social work context because that is how I got to hear the stories of various people that I came in touch with through the online as well as through the social media or even phone calls within the current lockdown situation. So the person in environment approach of social work was most relevant in this context because we have people in quarantine centers, hospitals, homes, and in many such ways. There was a concern about me understanding how feminist social work practice can be applied within this context, and whether people are really liberated in the context of a violent or discriminatory household, and the confined conditions within the idea of the Northeast, I think was a huge stumbling block in many ways. Can I get the next slide, please? Within this context, I have come across 5 very, very crucial pandemic realities of gender identities, which I felt was important to flag in this forum. The first one definitely is talking about paperless citizenship confinement in border areas. I give due acknowledgement to a friend of mine at South Garo Hills, Dr. Anjuman Begum, who had shared this story, and I'm just repeating what she was talking about in that context. And my visit to the Bangladesh border during that time, and this was before the pandemic, and the kind of problems daily wage earners used to face, and especially when they have to cross the border to work in the farmlands, because borders are not like, everybody is standing with a gun and there is a barbed wire and you cannot look at each other. I remember sharing sugarcane with the across the border with two young men who had come from Bangladesh, and they just threw the sugarcane from the barbed wire, across the barbed wire, and we were just having sugarcane together. So these were some very interesting experiences before the pandemic hit us. And I would just bring out one instance where one woman had to spend 3 years in a detention center at the border of Gwalpara and Meghalaya. And she had to reach back her home after 3 years, and her own son did not recognize her. And that reason being that her citizenship documents were not available. Because women hardly have these documents. It's mostly their parents, their fathers, or their husbands who own these documents. So this was an instance. Can I have the next slide, please? So this was a concern which I thought would be useful for people to look at. The next slide, please. The next concern that I want to flag here is about the out-migrant single women outside Northeast India during the pandemic. There was a salon owner who shared about her plight during the pandemic from Bangalore. She's from the hills of Manipur. And when Corona came in first, I was careful and wore masks in public place while buying vegetables from local sellers. Yes, I have to wrap up. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. One person said in Kannada language, these people from Northeast brought Corona and now they are hiding by wearing masks. So this is a first-hand account, and the same person has been troubled by her landowner to give GST tax, to give a lot of rent even during the lockdown period, and a lot of other such kind of issues, which I'm sure is nothing new for the people who are working outside the Northeast. This was a context which I thought would be very relevant to address. Next slide, please. The third very important context that I wanted to bring out was the rural women who traveled across borders, across countries actually. A woman from Nagaland traveled to Peru just before the pandemic hit, and she traveled with her weaves and with her products, and she traveled with a group of people from even Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, and how she stayed in airports and what kind of transit citizenship norms she had to follow. And after a long journey of 4 months, she finally reached home. But during this whole process, the whole idea of different district as well as state pandemic norms of isolation of all those type of issues that she had to go through was huge. So this is another person that I'm talking about. Another lady who lost her international cruise job because she had to come back. She was on a cruise line on the Atlantic Ocean, again, a rural woman from Nagaland who had to leave her international career and now go back to her home village. And these are some concerns, I think, which is very, very important relevance in the context of Northeast, because women have to face the brunt of tribal
I'm sorry, but your time is out, ma'am.
Okay. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the queer citizenship as well, because this is a context which has already been flagged in this particular platform in the previous, I think, panel. But still, the issues of queer persons, being queer and being a citizen, were different. But with the pandemic, this has become a very important context which needs to be addressed. And during the pandemic, people have committed suicides. People have, especially in Assam, there were people who had to go back during the lockdown to their home, place of work, because they were abused within their families for being asexual. So these have been concerns which have been very strong. Next slide, please. The next category is about the urban women beggars who are undocumented in the cities. They have been doing daily wage earning, they have been doing construction work, but now they're compelled to beg. This has been a personal experience of talking to them. And the next slide, please. This brings me actually to many dilemmas. I'm sure you will get to read about them, whether liberated migration across borders and institutional boundaries lead to a choice of acquired citizenship, or the other issues of intersectional realities, which we have already discussed, is a dilemma that I have. The next last slide, which I'm finishing, I'm running short of, I think, time, but definitely these are some reflections of the whole pandemic and the systematic accusations based on political, religious, and economic factors, which is fed by the media and people in power to check the causes of the spread, and that is which has led to a paranoia of racial and communal hate amongst the communities in the name of social distancing. I think these needs to be addressed. And lastly, in the conclusion, can you please go to the last slide, that whether confined citizenship of various closets, and I call these closets, of migration, of COVID-19, gender diversity, religious background, and COVID-19 induced urban poverty and working women in transit are issues or concerns for this forum or not. Whether equal citizenship benefits these closeted persons is a huge concern. With this, I end, and I thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samhita. You've raised a lot of very, very important and serious concerns. And, when you talk about confinement, I think who's confined and who is confining whom becomes very, very important, the power equation there as well. So we move now on to the last paper, Suraj Harsha, who's a recent graduate from TISS Guwahati and an independent researcher. Yeah, I can see you, Suraj. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm audible, right?
Very audible. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. If I could have the presentation.
Your presentation also is starting. I would advise you to just start without waiting for that.
Okay.
It's loading.
So my this was I actually want to go back to last year. Way back last year at a conference. At a seminar organized by Northeastern Social Research Center, NESRC Guwahati, I presented a paper, Desiring Queer and Home, where I discussed where there is a constant conflictual desire between queer and home, where both queer and home are not sort of available at the same spatial or at the same space. And taking taking my learnings from that paper, and also now understanding COVID, and I mean, this is also a personal experience as well, and this research is stemming, and of course my queer friends also are facing the same issue. This issue of the when parents or family ask us to come back home, and the worrying part is that we have left home with an intention to be away from home, because home for queer people have been violent, and more so, it shares an intimate violence through religion, through family, through community, etc., etc. So, and here, to can I have the next slide, please? So here I would I the word dragging has here two meanings, or I would say one meaning, but which can be understood in two ways. Drag here, if people are aware, I mean, if the participants, in the sense that drag is sort of understood as an act or an performance, where it is considered that anyone who is not sticking to their gender assigned at birth is performing an act, and this act or this transgression or this gender expression is considered to be in some ways drag. But drag here also, when COVID happened, and there was like drag here also, I would like to make meaning out of it, that it is a forceful pull from the family, from the home, for queer people to come back home. And these queer people, these queer people are in context with Northeast, like these people are queer people from Northeast who have migrated to other metropolitan cities uh, for various reasons. And but the one of the most prior reasons is not livelihood, is not to study in a city, but it is to get away from the violence which is inflicted upon because of queerness. So this drag, I also understand that this drag is not only with the gender expressions, but with also that queer people are dragged back home, and this can happen in. I mean, I will discuss what my respondents have spoken to me about. That something like the parents will stop sending money, and you will eventually have to either find another source of finances, or you will have to forcefully come back home. So but I also understand that when queer people come back home, we are not ourselves. And I feel, not I feel, I mean, even my respondents, that we believe that when we go back home, uh, we perform the drag. And when we are away from home, we are not really performing or, acting in a certain way. Could I have the next slide, please? So here, queer is also like, because we are talking about home and home as a reproduction of heterosexuality, uh, and heteronormativity. Here, queer would mean that it's not only about the basic understanding of gender or sexuality, but also queer as in to disrupt the home, to disrupt whatever heterosexuality has to offer, and that would mean disrupting and creating a ruckus, if I can say, at home, that being a problem at home, in simpler words. And this problem is then seen as a, and then queer remains as a constant uh, negotiation, then, and this negotiation demands movement, and movement demands migration. And queer people then migrate so that they are not seen as disruptive, they are not seen as ruckus, or they are not seen as a shameful object of the community. And your home, I do not restrict it to the indoor domestic space of home, but home, I also see violence at home, I also see as the state terrorism, where the Indian state has inflicted violence upon the states of Northeast in various ways. And additionally, and that is of course one of the reasons, and state and terrorism in itself is patriarchal, is heteropatriarchal, which further pushes queer people away from home. And I have also referred to Dolly Kikon's work, Leaving the Land, Dolly Kikon and B.G. Carlson's work, Leaving the Land, which talks about migration and other stuff. So, but home would also here mean that I'm talking about community, I'm talking about religion, I'm talking about the kinship, the strong kinship hold of the community, and also family, of course. Can I have the next slide, please? Uh, and the strange part about COVID is also that uh, it would be very, I mean, it wouldn't do justice to the situation that if this paper is also just limited to collecting quote unquote data while the pandemic is going on. And sometimes we see effects of a disruption like pandemic uh, way like months or years later, and we are aware how the HIV epidemic and uh, was uh, uh, was received by the LGBTQ population. So here I was supposed to speak to three people, of course more because this work is still in progress. But three of my friends I was supposed to speak, one from Meghalaya, one from Manipur, and one from Mizoram. The person from Meghalaya has migrated for studies to Delhi, and she's 22. She's doing her bachelor's, and she could only speak to me for 20 minutes because that was all she had the energy to speak to me about. And she has been working three part-time underpaid jobs, and additionally also focusing on a full-time degree. And she is also like, because her father has which I can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So because of father, and she identifies as a bisexual woman, and her father has stopped sending money to her. Additionally, she has a student loan, uh, and on top of that, she has to do small time work. And but the worst part is that while she's working, she's unable to focus on her studies. So coming back to the and she has it has come to us it has come to such a position she has been put into that she has to uh, have a relation with a rich man uh, to provide financial support for the same. Could I have the next slide, please? And this is what she has to also say, that she couldn't really come back to Meghalaya. And of course, I do not mean the entire state, but I am not mentioning the city just to, city or the town to maintain anonymity. So Meghalaya would be to, because it is suffocating for her, because and the understanding is that everyone knows everyone. So and she's also told not to come back home because there is shame, which her father doesn't want.
Suraj, you have
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank
1
you.
minute.
Could I have the next slide, please?
You have 1 minute left. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Could I have the next slide, please? This is also like, and not to deny the fact that there is additional, even in Delhi, she's not living her life, or she's not, at peace. In Delhi as well, she's facing both the racial and sexual harassments, not only by strangers, but also by teachers, and she was homeless for 2 days, and she still doesn't have her luggage with her. So could I have the next slide, please? Yeah, and I think, yeah, this is. I would also again like to say that this is work in progress, and the worst part is that the second person who I was supposed to speak, who was from Manipur, sorry, Mizoram, who is 21 years old, I was unable to reach out to them during for an interview because their parents had confiscated their cell phone because they found out through other people that their their quote unquote son was quote unquote acting girly on Instagram, social media. So I was not.
Suraj, I think your time is up. Please,
Yes, this is the
one
this is the
more.
last slide. This is the last slide.
Hmm.
And the third person was also is from Manipur. And again, the only reason they gave me was that there was not enough space in the house to be able to provide with an interview. And thus, I also sort of want to propose a question to everyone here, and if possible, if people could comment on this, that how do we collect quote unquote data, especially in these times when we're looking at gender and domestic spaces where there's rise in domestic violence, etc., etc. So how do we actually interview, or how do we actually perform conduct ethnography, especially when the pandemic is still going on? Could I have the next slide, please? Oh, that's it. So thank you so much for all of you for your time. Yeah.
Thank you, Suraj. Yes, I think your last question is quite a complex and important one. And how do we collect data? As it is, when you're talking about data and marginalized, there is this whole issue of reaching someone. But all of you have raised this concept, but not, pushed it probably also paucity of time. The organizers have been quite, very, very strict, and there's no other way to do this. But I think one of the ways that the argument could be bettered when you talk about how do we collect data, my answer is this simple. At one level, it seems that the only way to collect data is the way you and I are communicating now online. But how do we actually, is this online platform an egalitarian platform? What about access? What about equity? Who has the bandwidth? Who doesn't? I'm sitting in high-tech city, and is someone sitting in rural Mizoram, do they have the same access in that sense? We really need to understand that. And when you talk about queer people, when you talk about poor women, and you talk about domestic violence, obviously at the time when everyone is sharing space at home, people who were leaving the home because the home is not the haven that it's supposed to be are now confined to the home, as we had, the confined title in the previous presentation. So I think it's a question of othering, it's a question of who, and it's a question of why. So it's a very complex question. Now, Samveli is very worried about the time that we have. What I'm going to do is now going to take some of the questions that are already in the chat and give everyone a chance to respond, maybe, and then I will come in with my closing comments. So what I see here is one very interesting point that has been made by Meenakshi, I think. Yeah. No, I think that was I couldn't hear. But Nazareen has said to Ritu about relational feminism, and Ritu will come back on that. But I just wanted to rush through all the questions before I give it back to the presenters. Dr. Sharma said to Santwana, what is the rationale of comparing Chhattisgarh and Assam? I also would like to know. The mention of Northeast India, just let me read all the questions and then you'll get your chance. We'll go in the same order of presenters. The mention of Northeast India in a homogeneous manner is slightly problematic because the experiences are different for migrants and women are varied. The mention of 40,000 Rohingyas from Northeast needs a little more explanation. Actually, to add to that, I would like to say, and you are all the experts and I am not, but I am extremely uncomfortable with amalgamation of Northeast, whether it's by the state or by the academia, because that the diversity and the intersectionality in the Northeast is so varied. So at least in for such as these, I would suggest that you contextualize, and some of you have contextualized Meghalaya, some of you have contextualized Assam, but I think the Northeast again cannot be one big amalgamous category. So the mention of, that's one thing. And Dr. Sharma also said she agrees with Samhita where the concept of citizenship in India today requires a vibrant gender debate. So I think more or less, except the relational feminism, the rest are comments rather than questions. So I would like to ask if there are
Just
any
1
other
minute, ma'am.
questions.
Ma'am, there is a question from Meenakshi Gohain, the previous
Yeah, I seem to have missed that. Yeah, please read it, Samveli. I seem to have lost
Okay.
it.
Yeah, so the question is, you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you very well.
When we say that Meghalaya is a matrilineal society, there has been a constant reminder to look at the nuances as well. Do you think being a matrilineal society helps in doing away with gender inequality? And this question is directed to Nilakshi.
Yeah, may I answer now?
No, okay. I think you can. Go ahead. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, please do answer. Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead. Unmute. You seem to be pressing that button too many times. Unmute and take your finger off that. No, you muted again.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Barely. I would
can you
suggest
hear
you
me now?
type in your, no, I think you type in your answer, please, if that's okay. The connection is pretty bad. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I'm typing.
Yeah, thank you. So, Santwana, do you want to respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, yeah.
Hello. Ma'am,
Yes, please go ahead.
whatever I explained is that I'm just not simply comparing the state of Chhattisgarh and Northeast. The basic point of taking these two states is the main aspect that in Chhattisgarh, as I already told, that it has 6 boundary states. So what happens that the people move from Chhattisgarh to other states. What are the 6 boundary states? And what happens in Northeast that people come from Nepal, from Pakistan, from Bangladesh to Northeast region. And what I talked about the Rohingyas issue, that was the 40,000 Rohingyas people who, and that is the approximate data that these are within the country. But what happens that the majority of them are in the Northeast. And as I told, there is no recorded data for the illegal migrants, and they are also the issue is also up there for the illegal migrants. So the Rohingyas issue, as I cannot go in detail in this PPT itself, in paper I will definitely tell that there is a huge immigrants, and they are illegal immigrants, and they are in the Northeast region itself. So my purpose was not to compare itself, but to analyze these two states which have the different aspect of illegal migrants, or we can say migrated females in these two states. That's what overall I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ritu, do you want to
Thank you,
quickly
ma'am.
respond
Thank
to
you.
the relational feminism aspect? Ritu, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So, relational feminism was a concept that was articulated by a scholar called Ella Shohat in 2001. It has been used in many contexts, but probably not articulated well enough in the context of feminism. So, what relational feminism means exactly is doing a relational analysis of a problem that does not just address the issue of race or gender as individual structures, but also as structures that are related to or are in nexus with other social institutions, such as class, caste, and sexualities. So, as I had already mentioned in my presentation, the gender experiences are sharpest at the intersections of class, caste, tribes, etc. So, relational feminism for me is probably a better way to go about resolving the problem than just looking at problems in individual structures. So that is what relational feminism exactly meant in the presentation.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's also a question of contextuality, who's to whom. That's the very, very essence of when we are othering. Is it, the queer versus the hetero? In that sense, how do we other? And also, I think Samhita was saying about, the whole idea of citizenship and confinement. I think that's absolutely central to this debate. Why is it that we are not able to see a citizen from a particular way? So where is that power hierarchy? That's something that we need to think about. Anyone else has any other questions? Yeah.
Can I just add to something I had asked? This is
Yes, Dr. Sharma, please.
No, when I said that, that we today actually in India, we need a very, very gendered debate on citizenship. And in fact, I had written about it in one of my writings on the NRC, that how gender unfriendly it was in the context of Assam. So I just wanted to ask Samhita, I mean, just add to it that, how do you see this, this confinement of the idea of citizenship as rights or obligations in the context of how women actually, perceive it, particularly the migrant women? In the context, if we look at citizenship in the context of just rights and obligations, how do migrant women actually, address that issue? Or, if one could look into that.
Yeah, Samhita.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sharma, for the question. And indeed, it's a critical context where migrant women do not have a home actually. Where will they be confined? Public spaces are also extremely difficult to access. There were many women who were on the streets of Guwahati dragging their husbands in the trolley because, a lot of disabled persons could not earn their daily wage or their daily food or daily alms from begging, because there were a lot of religious places which were closed down during this period, which is still the norm here. And there were many such people who were coming to the homes and entering the residential areas and asking for alms, and they were very, very conscious about the fact that we will not be employed by local people because we cannot get any employment, and this is a huge concern. I don't know if these women also have access to the quarantine centers or not. Even that is a huge question in itself. But what you're trying to say is basically that migrant women and citizenship is a political vote bank ideology which has been running in this region from, I think, state to state, not just in particular places, because we get notifications, we get to know that so many people are coming from outside and so many people, the numbers of COVID-19 patients will increase because these many migrant trains are entering. So it has been horrible experience actually. I remember getting phone calls from the trains which were stuck in the Manipur Assam border in near South Assam. Okay, so there were women who were pregnant, women who were not getting food, clogged toilets, and this was like stranded because the railway station in Jhiribam is a very, very small railway station, so they cannot accommodate 2-3 trains. So Shramik Express had to be stalled a lot, some 10-15 kilometers away from the railway station. So people have gone through this kind of situation when you talk about migrant women. And I don't know how these will be addressed, with what kind of concerns or what kind of policies are there. Refugee policy is not in place. Citizenship issues are extremely fluid in the Northeast. Again, I'm very particular when I'm saying Northeast, because this is a very I think I would say drone approach, rather drone approach in today's AI terms, that it is Northeast, and it has extremely contextual and state-specific kind of approach of understanding that who is a migrant, whether we are talking about internal migrants, whether we are talking about migrants from outside the country. Many issues.
Cut short your explanation, please. Yeah.
Yes.
That's okay. I think we have a sense of that. Is there? So I think now we will kind of wrap up because the organizers are under a lot of time pressure. And Nilakshi has also replied, and I think it's only fair that I read out her response because her connection was so bad. She says in Meghalaya, Khasi and Jayantiya tribe is based on matrilineal society. Though we are saying Meghalaya is a matrilineal society, it is patriarchy-driven matrilineal society. Ironically, although the women are custodians of the family and the children, the maternal uncle is the decision maker. So that's also exactly the same case in Kerala with the Nayars, which is also a matrilineal society. And I think, I agree with Nilakshi that, and with the person who asked that question, Meenakshi, that it is absolutely important to not equate matrilineal with matriarchy because, yes, Garo too, absolutely. So there is no matriarchy at all. I think that is something that we in the academia need to underline, because matrilineal is only talking about power that is again being practiced by someone else in the male context. So it's something that we need to understand. So lineage becomes very, very important. But in order to wrap up today's discussion and go back to the whole messy, murky area of citizenship and migration, I just want to say one thing, which is also like the example given by you about Bangalore. And I have a similar example of a student from Assam who was doing field work, PhD student doing field work in Kolkata, in a little village in Kolkata. And she was telling her supervisor, who's my colleague, that, sir, they said, Corona aayi hai, Corona aayi hai. It was shocking, to say, like, what exactly are we doing? What has the pandemic done? It has shown the seamiest side of us. Racism, sexism, homophobia, anti-Muslim, anti-minority. What is it that is actually happening? So we all begin to scramble for our own spaces. You realize that there is actually nothing, whatever I took for granted, my classroom. I can't walk into my classroom and teach a bunch of empty chairs. I'd have to sit in front of the screen and teach you. So you cannot take things for granted, definitely. But I think what is absolutely imperative is about the context of citizenship is very, very fascinating. It's a Western concept. It's an othering concept. It's a as a person who is in diaspora studies, I can tell you that intergenerationally citizenship becomes very, very interesting. But in the Indian context, citizenship is being manipulated by a majoritarian state in a way that is anti everything. So when you're I read a thesis from by a student about women migrants from quote unquote Bangladesh. Why am I saying quote unquote Bangladesh? You know better than me, because they're not necessarily from Bangladesh, but they're Muslim, and they say, where is your passport? Like, where does the idea of passport come in? I think the passport is a privileged document for the people like you and me who have a privilege of class in many senses. But the passport is not a document. You talk about something else. So when do you prove your citizenship? The vulnerabilities become far more complex when we are asked to prove that citizenship. And to take Suraj's point, how do we understand this and how do we collect data on it? So is my study going to be something that is interesting if I go around saying, all of you who have an Indian passport are Indian citizens? Is that correct methodology? Or am I going to ask you, what is home? The generalized condition of homelessness that Edward Said had so brilliantly put it. What exactly are we talking about when we say homelessness? Is it an idea?
Is it a reality? You know, I'm so comfortable in my home. What is that home? A 6x6 space with 10 people in it. And what kind of physical distance are we talking about? As social scientists, we cannot even say social distance, which everybody else says so easily. But who can be distant from one another is also an unequal expectation. You know, because I think contextually, when we talk about the migrant, there are only two reasons a person wants to migrate. And in a very traditional, demographically old argument, there is a push factor and there is a pull factor. The pull factor is usually economic. The push factor is usually a combination of societal and economic constraints. So if it is a queer person, the what we call sexual migration happens because the lure of the city is anonymous. So it's the anonymous that asks you to come in. You know, that's something. So that you are more anonymous in the city. So the mental life in the metropolis, as Zimal said, was far more, what should I say, highly stressful because of all the stimuli that are coming in. And for the marginalized, and when we talk about intersectionalities, we are talking about the marginal as women, as queer, as people from a particular class. Many of you have today mentioned vulnerabilities, but I think the class vulnerability is something that we also need to understand when we talk about the migrant and the pandemic. And when we see that migrant woman with her little child trying to walk miles, what does it mean? They think they're going to die and they want to die in their home. Death is related very often to home, whether it's burial, whether it is cremation. You want to be closer to your own. And that question is something that becomes very, very interesting. So, how do women actually allow us to understand this whole concept? One of the slides that was shown today was very, very interesting because it showed far more women who are migrating than men. Why are these women migrating? Again, for work. If you go to an expensive resort in Coorg, you will see a young woman from Manipur doing massages. And everyone asks her, when did you come from China? So that is othering. Somveli was the first one who introduced me to a concept of, you know, pan-Indian. Exactly what are we saying in that concept? Mainland India, she said. I had only heard of mainland China, and it kind of struck hard when you say, oh, you are the big brother. You are the patriarch. So the nation becomes the patriarch when it comes to the Northeast, and the migrant woman is the most vulnerable, the most marginalized, and the most disadvantaged in that sense. We're also saying if she's queer, then her marginality is triple. And I'm saying if she is queer, because even in the discourse on sexuality, we know that it is the women, queer women, who are far more marginalized also by queer men, just like Dalit women and tribal women are marginalized by upper class, as well as their own men. So there is that kind of double and triple marginalization that goes on anyway. When that goes on, how exactly are we able to make that connect? This is something that is very, very important for us to think about. I have one request to all the paper presenters, and I would like you, especially when you're thinking of publication, to contextualize a little more. Some of you have done it more than the others, But when we talk about the corona pandemic, it is definitely something that's going to stay with us for a while. I'm not being futuristic or pessimistic here, but I'm being realistic, unfortunately. It is going to stay with us in a while. We are going to be on Google and Zoom and all whatever it is to be able to get through to each other, and we will survive. But what about those whose survival is dependent on many things? You know, we won't go shopping, we'll order online. But what about those who expect you to come to the shop to be able to put food on their table? What is that tomorrow going to be like? These are economic crises of today, and these, people have been in beauty parlors all the way they come from Manipur and Meghalaya, and they're setting up shop, So these are people who get a little income. And what about the men who are the security guards and who are living alone out in so many different places? Originally, it was called the Gorkha land in that sense. I'm on a committee of a student from Darjeeling who talks about the idea of the conflict that goes on at that particular point of time. But what about these security guards? What about their own vulnerabilities and their own families which are dependent on their income? They are definitely more vulnerable to the virus. And when they go home, will they carry the virus and will they be again marginalized? So the homecoming is not a pretty picture. So I think it's a very difficult situation that we are in, and people from the Northeast, within the Northeast, quote unquote, Northeastern states, but people from Northeastern states who are occupying spaces in our big cities and have become a major part of the service sector. The nannies, maids, and the sex workers that Sasya Sasen had talked about are also people who are going from Nagaland to China and Japan. There are many of those movements that are going on. And, we have not been able to document that well enough. So we need to talk about our methodologies and our research possibilities and do a lot of cyber ethnography, Suraj. That is what I wanted to end with. It is the place where we are going, we are heading. We need to pick up and learn new skills, learn new methods, and do many of these different things. I wanted to, I think, say thank you. We are running out of time. We've run out of time, actually. Thank you for having me. Very interesting set of presentations. And I'm sorry, I wish we were all together on a stage together with a real audience in front of us. But I hope that will happen soon. Samveli, thank you very much. I'm very happy to see you doing these things. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I wish we have more time. As we are running out of time, I'll just briefly thank all the people who have made this possible. I thank Professor Kalpana Sarathi for coming and gracing this session. I thank Aparna ma'am, my research supervisor, for chairing the session. And I thank my colleagues and all the people who are here today and paper presenters for generously sharing your knowledge. And I'd really like to thank also the IT team of KK Heritage State Open University, especially Dr. Sukmaya Lama and Mr. Binod Deka, Shruti Shubha Bharali, Nabankur Pathak, who really put everything together and make this possible. And thank you once again to Professor Aparna Raipro for the knowledge and for the spending time with us and for chairing the session. And we could not have asked for a better chair than you, ma'am. And thank you, all of you. And with that, I closed the session, and because I'm told to close the session by 3:40 actually, so we have already behind the time by 8 minutes. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samveli. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So Sukmaya, we can just leave it, right?
Yes. We can leave now.
Mm.
I am just taking over Shruti's laptop.
Mm.
I am using her desktop right now. So
Mm.
after this, I'm going to the meeting. I'll just click off now. So
Okay,
everything
just
will
off.
go on,
Yeah,
right?
just switch off. Yeah, thanks a
Okay.
lot.
Thank you.